Hello everybody, this is Mr. Fi, and here we have it. This is a new build. This is a build that you have never seen before. Something like that. Take a look at this one. Oops, can I hit the bird? Nope, I cannot. Yeah, so this is the branch build, guys. The branch. It is a diviner class and it plays with the trolls branch. Ha ha! The trolls branch. This is why I call this build the branch. The trolls branch is a special, we could say, item because it is a monster infrequent that drops only from troll enemies. And this stuff is a staff, you know, as other stuffs that usually deal elemental damage or vitality, but this one deals only piercing and bleeding. Piercing, bleeding. And this is why I decided to go with the diviner class. Okay, you may think now, wait. Piercing and bleeding is something that rogue mastery and hunting mastery do best, especially when combined, right? Well, yes and no. Yes, they do it better, they do it the best when it comes to specific play styles, specific weapon types of melee attacks, or maybe a little bit of ranged attacks. But this specific build is totally different. It is based on a staff, and this is why I decided to go with the diviner. Because, ta-tan, I got it to use the psionic beam. Works only with staves, which is not true actually. Anyway, let's not go into that. So, we got it to have this one with this build, and this is why you can see that we can attack like this. Also, we have a very low range of attack, which is awesome. With both attacks, psionic beam, this one, and also the turn on attack. And this is the build you have never seen before. And so, let's go to the skills and you will see why this build. I have maxed out all of these skills in the Spirit Mastery. First of all, I got it this necrosis skill and I went with Spirit because of the bleeding resistance debuff to enemies. I haven't maxed out yet this one and this one, but in the future I will try to max them out along with this one. These are maxed out, of course, and we get from this one plus 100% more bleeding damage, which is awesome. It helps very much dealing even more damage. In Dream Mastery I have maxed out this one, which is awesome. Maxed out this one and this one. I haven't spent any points here, because first of all, offensive ability is useless for this build. Defensive ability is always useful, but my defensive ability is already almost 1000, which is a great number in Legendary overall. So, this is not important for now. In the end, after I have maxed out all of my more important skills, then if I have any points to spare, I will come here and I will try to put as many points as possible on this one to increase even more my defensive ability. But so far in Legendary difficulty, so good. I'm in the beginning of Act 2, City of Rakotis. I have finished Act 1 in Legendary with 0 deaths and everything was fine. So yeah, this one will get points in the future. Of course I have maxed out Psionic Touch because this is the build. Psionic Bear not yet. This is maxed out, and of course this one is maxed out. This one will be maxed out in the future, and this is maxed out already. So, these are the skills. No pets whatsoever, nothing. Now, for the attributes. I have spent some points on intelligence to get enough intelligence points to be able to equip the stuff. And the rest of my points went to dexterity because I got it to increase as much as possible my piercing damage, my bleeding damage, and my defensive ability. This is why. And after all, this stuff deals only bleeding and piercing, no elemental, nothing else. Of course, I have enchanted this one with this incarnation relic which provides 25 damage. This 25 damage is physical damage, so now the attacks of this stuff deal also physical damage, which is great. But I wanted the attack speed, this is why I went with this Valor of Achilles. For the attack speed, and now my attack speed is 190%, which is awesome. This is it. Attribute points, some attribute points on intelligence to equip this one, and the rest went into dexterity. No points health, no on energy, no on strength. My secondary resistances are perfect, so this one is good, this one is perfect, the rest are nothing. Offensive ability is useless, defensive ability we could say it is perfect for legendary difficulty. Of course, the more you have the better, but this number is perfect, either way. At my primary resistances, 80%, 60%, 46%, I have good primary resistances, of course. They could have been better, but this one, bleeding resistance minus 100%. What can you do? It is what it is. Now for the items. We have the Talisman of the Jade Emperor for the elemental resistances, defensive ability, and recharge time reduction. And of course, the energy bonus. The Witch Doctor's Vestment, monster infrequent item. I decided to equip this one because it is a great item for this build with lots of defensive ability. And also I decided to go with this relic which provides more piercing damage to increase my pierce damage output. Maybe it would be better to enchant this item with a component that would provide more survivability, of course, maybe more health or vitality resistance or something like that, bleeding resistance, but I decided to increase even more my piercing damage output, so here we are. We have already talked about this one, bleeding damage, piercing damage, attack speed, chance to dodge attacks, and also the Valor of Achilles with more attacking speed and physical damage. We have the Weightless Cap of the Tinkerer. I went with Legendary Crystal of Erebos with many resistances, perfect charm. And the Incarnation of Ogmi's Eloquence, which is a very nice item, and you will see it in action especially tomorrow in tomorrow's live stream. This is very good, and the bonus provides more attacking speed, 25%. Here we have the Stonebinder Scuffs, plus 3 to all skills, weightless prefix with reduction to requirements, and with the Incarnation of Amun-Ra's Glory. Vitality damage resistance and health and energy. Here we have one more Tinkerer item, resisted with resistances. I went again with the Incarnation of Sigurd's Carriage, which again increases bleeding and dexterity, bleeding damage and dexterity, which increases even more defensive ability, bleeding damage and piercing damage, attack speed, and the Incarnation of Will of Ajax, which increases survivability. Here we have the Amulet of Morpheus. This is a perfect amulet for this build because if we take it off, all of our skills in Dream Mastery go down by 3 levels. And we absolutely want to max out the skills, especially the Psionic Beam. So, this one provides plus 3 to all skills in Dream Mastery. And we get elemental resistances as well, intelligence points, health, energy. It is a perfect item for the build overall. Here we have the Apollo's Wheel. This one is a great rolled Apollo's Wheel because it provides plus 118% pierce damage, which buffs significantly our pierce damage output. And I have another copy of Apollo's Wheel which provides again plus 118% pierce damage. This number is one of the highest. I don't know if this is the maximum number, 118. But I haven't seen a bigger number than this one for this specific item. I haven't seen a ring Apollo's Wheel providing plus 119%, for example, pierce damage. At least I don't remember having seen one. This one is one of the greatest numbers that you can get, if not the highest number. The combination of these two items here, along with the dexterity points we have spent here, they increase very significantly our piercing damage output, and also the Psionic Touch, which gets triggered now every 2 hits. So you attack once, you gain 1 charge level, In the second attack, you deal this total damage, the 120%, and also the vitality damage. Now, this total damage increases our pierce damage as well. So, when we get on our pierce damage output, we have this 207 here piercing damage. This one gets buffed by dexterity. It gets buffed by percentages of, this ring. It gets buffed by pierce damage, percentage of the set's betrayal, and also of the relic bonus. It is added to the flat number of this one. And it gets buffed also by this incarnation of courage, which provides even more bleeding damage at 9% dexterity, which gives even more pierce damage. Then all of these things stack together, and this 207 damage, piercing damage, is a much higher number now. Especially when this total damage triggers. And it triggers every second hit, every second attack with the staff. So this is the synergy between the staff and the psionic touch, the psionic beam, and all of these types of number of damage overall. Both bleeding and also piercing damage. The build so far is very good. It is awesome actually. It is very satisfying to play with this build. It is very powerful and very fast. And so far I have 0 total deaths in legendary difficulty Act 2. Let's activate the skills. We have these 3 skills active now. And we use the psionic touch skill with psionic beam, and sometimes we use turn on attack. This turn on attack, especially when enemies come very close by and you hit them, it works as a shotgun effect because all of the projectiles hit the same target and they deal 3 times damage instead of one projectile hitting the enemy when we use turn on attack. And this is the shotgun effect, and it is very nice, very powerful. But of course we can hit in a distance multiple enemies with this one whenever we want, and other times we attack with this one alone. Now, as we can see, when we attack with psionic beam, we don't really lose any energy here, because this one costs no energy. But when we attack with turn on attack multiple times, we can see that our energy goes down. So having almost 2000 energy points is crucial for this build. Not that we attack all the time with turn on. I'm just saying that it is very good to have it, because if you have only 500 or 800 energy, it is not really enough. Not enough. After all, don't forget that you have to be using this skill here. These skills cost energy, and you use these skills very frequently as well sometimes. They cost energy, so yeah, if you add these 2 skills on top of this one, you need energy. And this is why this incarnation of Amun-Ra's Glory that provides more energy points is very good for this build. So guys, this is the build that you have never seen before. At least if you are a new player of this game, if you haven't tried many things and whatnot. Even if you are a veteran, maybe you haven't tried this, to play with this item, so this is something different, I guess. And it looks great. It looks very different visually because of the staff attack of, this visual effect. And it plays great as well. So, everybody, this is the build. Tomorrow I don't do any live streams. In tomorrow's live stream I will be live streaming this build. We will have lots of gameplay and lots of fun with this build. So, thanks for watching this video. Hit the like button if you like this video to support the channel. Also, share the video if you want to support the channel. Remember that all of these channels in YouTube exist because people that like the channels, they support the channels. And subscribe if you want to see more Titan Quest coded and other action RPG games coded, such as Path of Exile and some Grim Dawn and maybe a couple of other games as well. And I will see you very soon again. Enjoy your day, stay safe, enjoy Titan Quest, and have fun whatever you do.
This build is called the PP build because it uses affixes on the weapons that provide piercing damage buffs. For example, on this weapon we have the prefix piercing and the suffix of the eagle. Both provide buffs to piercing damage in the form of flat damage and percentages. So, to make this build work I used the Slayer class, which consists of Warfare and Slayer masteries. With attribute points, I've spent most of it on dexterity, lots to strength and a few points to energy and health, only 16 on health and 5 on energy. Now, here is the state of the masteries. First, Warfare. Most skills that I use are maxed out and a few others will get maxed out in the future. In Hunting Mastery, I don't use many skills since this mastery doesn't support swords very much. The Call of the Hunt skill is great, but I don't have lots of recharge reduction, so for now I'm not using it. Now, for the items. Here I tried to equip items and components that would provide as much buffs to piercing damage as possible. This is why we don't have very good resistances, but the idea of the build is to increase pierce damage mainly. Also, I had to equip 3 pieces of the tracker set to get the extra plus 100% pierce damage. Here is the overall buffs to pierce damage, plus 624%. Now, let's kill some enemies for some gameplay footage, and don't remember to subscribe to this channel.
Hello everybody and welcome to this video. Here we have it, finally the Giant's Tooth is back. After so many years trying to get this item, it finally dropped again since I think 2017, 2018, something like that. I have it back. At the moment it dropped, I thought that I should make a new build now to celebrate the fact that this item has dropped to me once again after so many years on solo playing. This is the item. And I decided to make this build to celebrate this drop. So guys, remember to subscribe if you like Titan Quest coded. We have plenty of coded on this channel, more is coming always. Let's get into this build. Because this weapon provides an amount of plus 40% strength, this number can go up to plus 48% strength maximum. I decided to make a build which, as far as I remember, I have never made before such a build. And in this build, the idea was to have in each one of the slots of items, in all slots, to put an item that would provide a percentage to strength. For example, this one provides plus 40% to strength, this one provides plus 11% to strength. Not only a flat number of strength, I don't care about flat numbers of strength. A percentage of strength. And this is what I did, and all of these items provide percentage of strength. And as we can see, I have plenty of strength. So, before we get into the items, here we have the Daoist class. Daoist class is Warfare and Neidan Masteries. With attribute points, I didn't spend any points on health. I spent 15 points on energy to increase my energy. I spent plenty of points on strength, 0 points on intelligence, and most points went to dexterity because I needed to increase my defensive and offensive abilities. Without spending those points here, I wouldn't have these numbers here. For the skills, we have Warfare. Maxed out weapon training. Dual wielding is useless for this build. I have only 1 point on battle rage sometimes to get this offensive ability buff, and when this happens I deal more damage to enemies. Because I deal more critical hits, more frequently critical hits, and this ends up dealing more damage. Also there is a calculator, a formula in the game which takes if you have much more offensive ability than the defensive ability of enemies. A little bit your damage also increases your critical damage. There is such a formula, but it is a tiny one, nothing super special. Here we have the dodge attacks maxed out, we have maxed out the battle standard and the add-on triumph. These are very good to deal more damage to enemies and also to survive. Of course I'm using Onslaught as my main weapon because it buffs up physical damage, and this build is all about physical. Maxed out ignore pain. Only 1 point on hamstring, maybe I will max out this one later, and maxed out ardor to get more speed. Maxed out war width to hit multiple targets, and the add-on lesser rate to apply bleeding damage to multiple targets. This is also maxed out. The Warhorn is not maxed out, it will get maxed out in the future, but the add-on is maxed out, the Doomhorn, because this one reduces the enemy's health. In Neidan Mastery we have maxed out the Potted Elixir. This helps very much with survivability, especially when you don't have poison life leech ability resistances. I have maxed out the Convergence, which triggers sometimes when you drink potions, and it triggers the effects of the new potions of Eternal Ember's Act exclusively. Here we have maxed out the Consequences, which helps very much because it reduces multiple resistances of enemies by an absolute amount. The Mutual Suffering is maxed out. It increases the radius of effect of this skill to be used. We have maxed out the Aura of Tranquility for survivability, the same Melding Armor add-on for survivability. And I have maxed out also Blessing of Jin-chan, because this one can make you rich in this game. In the future I will max out some other skills here, and we will see what happens. By the way, this is a legendary hero character. Now for the items. Of course we have this Giant's Tooth, which could have been better if it had plus 48% strength, for example. But this item is still very powerful, it is very nice. So, we have the Talisman of the Jade Emperor artifact. It provides 15% strength and some other very nice stats. We have the Juggernauts of Jin-chan. This item is very awesome, but the item itself doesn't provide any percentage of strength. But I decided to use this one, first of all because the item is awesome, and then because it is green and we could enchant it with a component. And it happens to have this component, the Stew of Eldimir from Ragnarok Act, which provides percentage of strength, and if you will be lucky, the The completed bonus will be against percentage to strength. We have the Helm of Tenacity. This one is awesome because it provides many resistances, a huge amount of base armor at 10% strength and defensive ability as well. The Hanutaneb's ornate braces, however you pronounce that. This comes from Eternal Ember's Egypt area as far as I recall. It is a very awesome item because it provides this chance of 39% armor absorption. Which armor absorption, to put it simply, is the inner war. It is how effective armor can be to mitigate even more incoming physical damage. We also get physical resist, total damage, attack damage converted to health, which is very crucial. Also, this item is perfect. We also get 10% strength. And the Troll Restrail Greaves, which is another Ragnarok super awesome item, which provides big resistances at 23% strength. The amulet is the Hail Talisman of Might, 27% strength at flat strength, and I decided to go with the Raptor Tooth to increase my attack speed and physical damage output, and get even more strength. Here we have the Eye of Reveries. A very nice item providing some resistances, not many, but also provides 11% strength, intelligence, offensive defensive abilities. And here we have the Hail Ring of Immortality. This is the best Hail Ring of Immortality I have ever found because it has this 661 health, which is close to maximum you can get on Immortality on a ring, and to 27% strength, which as far as I recall is the maximum you can get. And I put the Demon's Blood to get more resistances. Last but not least, we have this item which comes from Atlantis DLC. This item is very nice because it has the Robust prefix, which provides 14% strength and 7% health. And I went with Pierce and Fire Resistance component. The perfect block skill is down here, by the way. Not that I'm using it, but I have it there. Sometimes I use it. This is the only constantly active aura skill we can have. My resistances now are 55, 25, 62, 72, minus 30, minus 88, 15, 43. Okay, physical damage cannot kill this build, not really. We have some very nice secondary resistances, especially stun resistance is perfect. And we don't have big buffs of physical damage, only 54%, but we have a huge buff to strength, and strength increases of course physical damage as well. So this is the build. I will go kill some enemies now for you to see some gameplay. This build is very simple. So my attack speed is 137% under the onslaught effect. Veteran's Mace, nice. And my damage can go up to 3500 approximately with the onslaught buff to physical damage. This is not going to be the faster killing build out there. But somehow when you hit the enemy you can feel that you hit the enemy because this weapon is very big and I don't know, maybe it is the animation of the weapon itself or the design that gives you this feeling. We also have attack damage converted to health, so the wreckage of my soul. Then you put the battle standard down and you destroy everything. Damage 5000 plus. Under the effects of both battle standard and onslaught. We can see that our attacks heals us back. Thanks to the attack damage converted to health that we get from that braces item, this one. How much? 13% attack damage converted to health. Of course, the downside of this specific stat is that you cannot life leech enemies like undead or construct. But there are plenty more enemies in the game that you can life leech, so the stat becomes super useful. Of course, there are enemies in the game that are much more dangerous than these ones. But here we can get a taste of how simple this build is and how it works. Legendary amulet of eternal embers, Senu or Set's throne, whatever. However you pronounce that, I don't know. So guys, remember, for more Titan Quest coded and also Titan Quest 2 coded, we have already made a playlist with some videos for Titan Quest 2. You can subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so yet. We have thousands of videos literally of Titan Quest. It is not a figure of speech.
Not going to die.
Okay, the Shrine of XP. So yeah, this is the build. It is super duper simple, and let's not forget that hypothetically we could upgrade all these 5 legendary items, and by upgrading an item you get more affixes to the item, and this means that you can make this build even more powerful by upgrading these 5 legendaries and hopefully getting some very good affixes to these items that would support the build even better. So guys, thanks for watching this video. I'll be back very soon with more videos and more live streams of Titan Quest and maybe a couple of other games as well. Have a great day, hit the like button if you like what you see to support this channel, and also subscribe, it is free to do so. And I'll see you again, have a great day. What is wrong with you, dog? Talk to me. Are you sick? Are you feeling tired? Are you okay? What? Are you drunk? Dog, didn't I tell you not to drink my beer? What the hell, dog? Hello everybody, my name is Phaethodas and here we have one new build. This is the idea of a spellbreaker who is charging to his enemies and killing his enemies, and this is why I call it the Charger, because he charges. He is all about charging. And how do you do this? Well, if you can see down here, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 skills that this build uses that are charging skills. And by charging I mean movement speed skills. We have this one, the charge, which comes from this item. We have this charge, which comes from this item. We have the war width, which comes from this item, and we have the war width, which comes from this skill tree. So it is, it is a bit different as a build. Let me first of all change this one. So this is the idea of this build: to charge as frequently as possible to your enemies, hit them, and if you can, kill them by charging. And the build works, at least in Legendary in the beginning, in the first act. The charging attacks are very good, they deal good damage, sometimes they kill enemies as well, so everything is fine. So let's take a look, first of all, at the attribute points. Here I went ahead and I spent equally, by equally I mean 1 strength, 1 dexterity. 1 strength, 1 dexterity. I had 140 attribute points, I spent 70 points on strength, 70 on dexterity, nothing else. Nothing. And here we have these stats. And we can see now, yeah, forget the other stats, we will talk about the stats later. Now for the masteries, I have maxed out, I have all skills at +4, by the way. From items, you know, that provide plus to all skills. I have maxed out all these skills. I'm a dual wielder, so I wanted to max out all these dual wielding skills. And also this one. I have maxed out this one for now, because you see, my resistances are not the best, physical and pierce. So this helps very much. Every time onslaught is active, you get 20% physical and pierce resistances. And this is very important because it increases our survivability. And I have maxed out this one because I got more movement and attack speed. I will max out this one later. Here, yeah, probably this one too. I will probably max it out. I'm not sure yet. We will see. We have maxed out these things and on +4. Of course, we have maxed out and on +4 these things, because this is the idea of the build, to have charging skills, and these are charging skills here. And in Spirit Mastery we have maxed out it on +4 the Death Ward, because it keeps you alive, the Death Chill Aura with the 2 add-ons, because especially this one is very very important. And you will see why, because for example, this one reduces bleeding resistances of enemies. This attack deals bleeding damage. And it is not just the attack, this attack. This attack deals bleeding. This one applies bleeding. We have the weapons that you can see that they apply bleeding every time you hit with these weapons. So Spellbreaker is a very very good option for such a build, because you get this debuff. And vitality damage resistance is not that important. Life leech, I think I have some items providing life leech, like this one. This also provides bleeding and life leech. We can see this item is very very crucial to this build. You will see in a minute why. Here I haven't maxed out this one, I will max it out later, but I have maxed out this one because this one hits multiple enemies, and it is a good idea to have first this one maxed out rather than this one. And I have this one here, but I have maxed out this one and this one. Very important skills. And this one I haven't maxed out. I don't think I will need to max it out, even though getting the recharge reduction is very important. Maybe I will max it out later, but much later. Not anytime soon. And later it will be a good idea also to activate this one, because especially this bit is a close combat build, and this is a close combat spell, and this spell can help very much with the survivability especially of this build. Now, when it comes to items, I tried to equip items that provided, you know, a combination of items that provided great resistances and also great stats for this build, to support also the damage output of the build. So my resistances are 80%, 80%, 59, these three are very nice, these are perfect, 80% perfect, these three are perfect, this is very very nice. This is okay, it is poison over time, 30% over time it is okay, although you need even more, but anyway. This is not okay, of course, but it doesn't matter that much, bleeding damage over time. The presence of this one throughout the whole legendary campaign is not that big, so it is good to have bleeding resistance, of course, but it is not that super important as other ones. Pierce resistance is very bad, and the physical I don't have, 0, but the thing is that my combined armor is not very good, especially because of this item here. We can see the average damage, DPS attack speed is not very good, but we get attack speed when we attack. With onslaught and we trigger this on 25% attack speed. My secondary resistances, we have perfect star resistance, this is very important. Unfortunately I don't have slowdown, but what can you do anyway. And we have only energy resistance. And this is my movement speed, casting speed. Offensive ability is very good for legendary, defensive ability is not that good. So from here on, when I level up, I will spend points on my dexterity mostly, not on my strength. I will go maybe 2 points dexterity, 1 strength, 2 points dexterity, 1 strength, something like that probably. Just to reach defensive ability to 800. But you know, dexterity also increases offensive ability, so it is not actually a waste of points if you spend only from here on points of dexterity, because increasing offensive ability means you increase the chances to apply critical hits. I'm using the Tyrant's Fist because first of all, if I take it off, I lose access to this one, which requires strength 584 and I have 529. But also because it provides the buff to bleeding damage, a flat number of vitality, a flat number of physical damage, and also the Earth Render skill. When you use a charging attack on enemies, on a pack of enemies, and you get Earth Render skill triggering at the same time on those enemies, it feels awesome. You feel like a tank that charges to enemies and destroys totally enemies with very powerful attacks. It is amazing. Of course, I could use something else that would provide more survivability, but I decided to go with more effective attacks. Kill first before you get hit and things like that. Here we have the Alexander Squires. This item provides some nice stats, and of course I use this one mostly for the +2 to all skills, because I wanted to get +4 to all skills, and this one is a very good option. I'm using here the Athena's Battle Greaves. This item is perfect for this build, for the buff to physical damage, the health points, defensive ability, resistances, everything. Now for this one. The Ruby Ice is an Atlantis item, and it is an item that provides very awesome stats, especially for such a build. Now, we get bleeding damage over time, flat number, on this item, which means that every time we hit with our weapons, this one triggers. So, this one stacks on weapons, and weapons already have bleeding damage of their own. This one has 288 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. This one has 315. Every time you attack, you apply those two numbers together. So you actually apply 315 plus 282, it is 515, 595, yeah, it is 303, something like this. 603, 603. And when you attack, when you hit with this one, you apply 246 plus 315, how much is it? I don't know. 561 probably. Because you know, you should remember the stats of a weapon or a shield do not stack with the same stats of another weapon or another weapon or a shield. So this 288 bleeding damage doesn't stack with this one. But this one stacks with bleeding damage that you get from all other slots of items. The same apply to this one. This one stacks with all other slots of items except for the other weapon. So we can see that now we have this combination of this item with the bleeding damage with these two items with their bleeding damage. But we also have the 3% chance of plus 337% bleeding damage, and here we have 300% of plus 321 bleeding damage. Which means that if one of these triggers, for example this one, let's suppose it triggers and you get plus 300 bleeding damage, you deal 4 times more bleeding damage. So if the combination of this 288 and this 315 gives 603 flat, times 4, it is about 2400 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. And we can see how powerful now this build becomes with bleeding damage just by having this item here. This one. And it is not just that, remember? We get bleeding damage on this attack, on this skill. 330 bleeding damage. This one, since this one is applied by your weapons, it stacks with weapons, as this one does. So actually, you do not deal just 280 bleeding damage, for example. You deal 288 plus 315, and if you use this skill plus 330, if this skill triggers, you deal plus 202 without this one, of course, because these two do not trigger together. 202, or if this one triggers, 261. Each one of these skills stacks to the attacks of each of the weapons, and they also stack with this one here. And if you have other items that would provide more bleeding damage flat, that one also would stack. And we have some other items, for example, this one says plus 14% bleeding damage. It is not flat, it is a percentage which now increases even further the amount of flat bleeding damage that you do to enemies. So we can see that even though this build is not about bleeding damage, it is not a damage over time build, it still utilizes bleeding damage in a perfect way, I would say. You could also call it a bleeding damage build. And what makes things even better, imagine, we said that if this one, for example, triggers a plus 329%, you will deal, if you put all these numbers of damage together, you will deal at least 2000 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. But when enemies are under the effect of this one, which is minus 119% bleeding damage, this means that the 2000 bleeding damage they will receive now becomes at least 4000. And I am saying at least because minus 100, if it were minus 100% bleeding resistance, it would be from 2000, it would double that one, it would become 4000. But it says minus 119, so 4000 now exactly, I cannot do the calculations, I'm not good at math. So yeah, it is, they will receive even more than 4000, maybe it will be 4300, I don't know. And this 4000 is over 3 seconds, it is not over 30 seconds as you get from the bleeding effect of the Adamantium Sickle of Kronos item, which that one provides the highest number you can get is probably 1080 bleeding damage over 30 seconds, not 3 seconds. So it is not such a powerful effect. But if you get 4000 bleeding damage over 3 seconds here, then you totally destroy your enemies. So when it comes to bleeding effects, this build is perfect. And also this is why I used this mastery, because I wanted to gain access to necrosis. Also, don't forget, this one also reduces the vitality damage resistance of enemies, which means that with this one that provides 30 vitality damage flat, this 30 becomes 60 because of the reduction to their vitality resistances. Vitality damage also gets buffed by intelligence. I haven't spent any points here, but we have a 180. This increases a tiny amount the damage of vitality. So yeah, it is not 30, 60 that they will receive maybe 70 vitality damage. But it doesn't really matter because I don't care about vitality. But this one says minus 119% life leech resistance. What do we have here? 324 life leech over 3 seconds. So what this actually means is that this one now deals 650 life leech over 3 seconds to enemies affected by this life leech resistance. So this is why I said before that this item is crucial to this specific build, because these two stats are super duper powerful in this whole generic setup of this build. And we can also see that we have 5% attack damage converted to health from this one, which every time we attack enemies we get life back, which stacks with the 7% of attack damage converted to health to this one and to this one. So every time we attack enemies, we have 5% plus 7%, 12% attack damage converted to health when we hit with this weapon, and when we hit with this one, we have the same 12%. This one stacks with this one, and this one separately stacks with this one. So we can see that even though we don't have very good resistances, some of the resistances, our survivability is very good because we have the attack damage converted to health, life leech, and these kinds of effects. Now for this item, the Myrmid Expended, I use this one because of the War With skill. This is the War With skill we get from this item. And of course because of the buff to physical damage and all resistances, this item is the best item in the game for this build. And here we have the Apollo's Wheel. I'm using this one mostly for the resistances. The pierce damage buff is very good, but these weapons, okay, they deal pierce damage, but this build is not about pierce damage. I don't really care about pierce damage here. This is why I'm using this one mostly for the resistances. But the good thing is that this pierce buff, of course, it helps with the damage output. It increases the damage of this build. Here we have the resistant Kikos of the Tinkerer. This is clearly for buffing up resistances, nothing else. And here we have the resisted Cup of the Gods, an Atlantis item. Very nice item, especially with this Crystal of Erebos, which provides resistances and whatnot. This is the build. Now it is time for you to see some gameplay. Let me activate my skills. During night time, this skill looks awesome, this aura. Take a look. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's kill something. And they die because of damage over time and life leech over time. We saw that with this attack alone we destroy them because also the Earth Render skill triggered. You don't even need to attack them many times. Ah, he didn't want to die, I guess. I attack them only once and they die by... Ah, he's still alive. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit so that you can see the animation of this charging skill. Where are some enemies? Here. Take a look at the animation. Chuck. Shoot. Chuck. Shoot. And of course, if you got to activate these things, nobody will kill you if you activate the two, especially this one. Ah yeah, I totally forgot to tell you that when we use this one with plus 100% bleeding damage, the 4000 goes up to 8000. I totally forgot to tell you about this one. 4000 bleeding damage over 3 seconds. So you can see that we have a perfect bleeding damage build. And now also, why, maybe you will ask now, why did you make this build? I made this build because I wanted to make a build by using the Cerberus Bite as a main weapon. So this weapon will always be here. And yeah, now, also with the combination of this item visually, that is an item from a lion, from the head of a lion, Cerberus bite, which is a kind of a dog, Cerberus lion, which is not a dog but it looks similar, you know, and also bleeding damage over time. You charging to enemies and hitting them like this, it kind of feels like you are now something like a lion man or a dog man. You are not a man anymore. And it fits very, very nicely, very perfectly, I would say, to the idea of you playing as a lion man and biting your enemies to death. And because biting many times causes bleeding, this build is very, very perfect to serve this idea of a lion man.
A gentle greet. You see, I have longed to
Yeah, I see, you have long. Okay, let's go get something here. This is how they die. This is what happens. Everything is very easy. Of course, enemies that have bleeding immunities or super high resistances, it doesn't matter, but bleeding immunities, you cannot really kill them so easily, but you cannot have everything in this life, you know. Does it really matter? When 70% maybe of the enemies will get killed easily. Because many enemies, even though they will not get killed by bleeding or life leech, they will get killed by physical damage. In combination with the pierce of this build. We also have the life drain, let's not forget about it. So this build has many healing options. It has the life drain, it has the attack damage converted to health, and it also has the life leech, which when you apply on multiple enemies at one attack, then you can understand that it is not easy for you to get killed. We have a bone pile. Easy, easy, easy. Very smooth and very easy. Now we have 28% pierce and 20% physical when we have onslaught active. Hey, what are you doing down there, Cedar? Under the shade of the tree. So, this is the gameplay. It is very, very simple, very easy. Of course, if you use all these 4 attacks very, very frequently, you lose energy. But what can you do? You know, this build will be a drinker build. Drinker of energy potions, but not that much a drinker of health potions because of the reasons I explained so far. Which means that I will be picking up health potions, selling health potions, and with the money I will make, I will buy energy potions. So no harm to this build by purchasing energy potions has come. So guys, this is the build. If you want, let me know your ideas, your opinions about this build with a comment below. I will live stream this build very very soon because I love it. It already has become one of my favorite builds ever. I don't know why. I really don't know why, but I love it. I love the feeling of charging and dealing so much life leech and bleeding damage to enemies. There is a very nice feeling about this thing. I don't know why. But anyway, yeah, let me know your opinions. And this is it for this video. I will come back very soon with more live streams and more videos and whatnot. Remember to subscribe if you haven't done so yet. We have a ton of content coming up of this game. And of course we will start also playing very much Diablo 2 Resurrected when it comes out in a month. And I will see you very very soon again, everybody. Have a good one, enjoy Titan Quest, the best game ever made. Do you agree, dog? What? What is wrong with you, dog? Talk to me. Are you sick? Are you feeling tired? Are you okay? What? Are you drunk? Dog, didn't I tell you not to drink my beer? What the hell, dog? Hello everybody, my name is Pythodas. Welcome to this video. Here we have one more new build. We have many new builds coming up and we have many old builds on this channel, hundreds of build guide videos already. This build is all about dual wielding. The class is Daoist. I call it the Tyrant because the idea of this build came from some items, some weapons that I have found, rare weapons. And those weapons have the Tyrant prefix. For example, here it says Tyrant's War Club of Alacrity. Here I'm dual wielding two items that have the Tyrant's prefix. And I thought, okay, let's make a build with this affixon weapons and see how good that build would be. I decided to go with Daoist because Daoist is Neidan Mastery with Warfare and Neidan Mastery provides good support to builds. But before we go to the masteries, let's go to the attributes. Here we have spent 0 points on health, 0 points on energy, 0 points on intelligence. We have spent many points on dexterity, but even more points on strength. This is a legendary hero, by the way. I started at level 70 as a legendary hero. So yeah, I would say 70% of my attribute points went to strength and the rest went to dexterity at level 70. Now, don't forget to subscribe, guys, if you like the content of this channel. And also hit the like button and leave a comment on videos that you like. This helps with the algorithms of how this system works anyway. And it can support this channel to keep growing. In Warfare Mastery we have maxed out on +4 the skill weapon training, offensive ability, attack speed, very crucial, both stats. Dual wield, of course, because we go to dual wield, and the whole skill of dual wielding. Everything is maxed out. I have maxed out the dodge attacks for survivability, and of course I have maxed out the battle standard for more survivability and damage output. And Triumph for the same reasons. Survivability because it reduces physical damage of enemies, and more damage output because it reduces physical resistance of enemies. I have maxed out on slot and I'm using it down here, of course. I have maxed out the ignore pain to gain more physically pierced resistances. I have spent 1 point only on hamstring. I will max out this one later, it is not that important now. And I have maxed out the ardor to get more movement speed and attack speed when this one is active. Only 1 point was spent on Warwood for now, but I maxed out the add-on because I wanted to get the 5 targets maximum and bleeding damage over time. And I spent only 1 point on Warhorn and 1 point on the Doomhorn. But later I will max out these skills. In Neidan Mastery we don't have many skills going on. We have the Potent Elixir. I'm using this one every time you drink a potion, energy or health potion, this one triggers. It provides very nice survivability resistances. I have spent points and maxed out the consequences, which reduces all resistances of enemies. And the mutual suffering, which is an add-on of this one, which spreads out sometimes the effect to more enemies. I haven't maxed out this one, but this one will get maxed out later. This one, when you use it, it applies your attacks, melee attacks, weapon attacks anyway, not melee, weapon attacks apply vitality damage to the enemies. And you also apply these things, you reduce damage of enemies and you reduce resistance of enemies, and you can also petrify them a little bit. Of course, I have maxed out the Aura of Tranquility. This is why I chose Neidan Mastery first and foremost, because this one provides very great resistances, survivability type of stuff anyway. And the 31% damage absorption is also very nice to have. And the add-on is maxed out as well because it provides even more survivability and some damage reflection. This is not a damage reflection build, but I'm using this one for the dodge attacks and avoid projectiles. Last but not least, one of my top favorite skills in the whole game, the Blessing of Jin Chan. It is maxed out and on +3 already. It has a chance to drop lots of gold and some health or energy potions from enemies that you kill. This is the state of this build, starting with this build. Later I will max out some other skills, of course. Now when it comes to items, we have the Strength of Pangu, probably the best artifact in the whole game for survivability, including all DLCs. We have the Reforged Torso of Undying Resolve. This is one of the endgame set items that you can get only in the endgame roguelike dungeons, the 3 dungeons. I'm also using the amulet of the same set. This is why I'm getting those set bonuses down below. Physical damage, pierce damage, bleeding, strength, dexterity. By the way, this amulet is very nice. It provides very nice things and also +2 to all skills. And of course this chest is very nice as well. Here we have the Hue Cubics helmet, however you pronounce that. I'm using this one mostly for the recharge reduction and energy cost reduction. Very powerful item for energy cost reduction. One of the best in the whole game. And here we have the Gauntlets of the Necrolord. One of the most powerful bracers in the whole game. Plus on those skills, attack damage convert to health, many big resistances and whatnot. Attack speed, chance to dodge attacks. Amazing item. Here we have the Android Loop. One of the best epic blue rings in the whole game for damage output, physical damage mostly, but it also provides resistances. And here we have the Star of Elysium, one of the best legendary rings in the whole game for buffing up damage, different types of damage, giving resistances, health, strength points. Here we have the Fine Steel Herver's Boots, which comes with Ragnarok DLC. This is a very awesome item for everything that it provides, as we can see. Also +1 to skills in Warfare Mastery. This is how we get +4 to Warfare Mastery, and we don't get +4 to Neidan. Now, last but not least, of course, we have the 2 weapons that have the Tirage prefix. Tirage of Alacrity, amazing item, total damage, attack speed of Alacrity suffix. And I went with the Blade of Thanatos because I wanted to get more attack speed, and I decided to go with some total damage buff because the Tirage prefix provides the total damage buff. And this is why I decided to combine even more total damage anyway. And here we have the Tirage of Annihilation. Again, Tirage in this case provides +32% total damage, which means that this +24% total damage is not the best number you can get from Tirage prefix. But the 32% total damage is probably the highest one, or one of the highest numbers you can get from the Tirage prefix anyway. And of Annihilation suffix provides physical damage percentage and bonus damage. Very nice item. It is very powerful and very fast attacking. And I decided to go again with Blade of Thanatos, total damage and attack speed on this one as well. This is how we have 187% attack speed. And we have a very good amount of average damage and damage per second. Of course, these numbers go, all these 3 numbers go up when we are under the effect of Onslaught, because Onslaught charges up physical damage, and it also provides a buff to movement speed and attack speed. So this build is even more powerful than it looks here. We have some very nice items, and remember, these legendary items are not even upgraded at the epic item. If I upgrade these items and I get good upgrades, this build will become much more powerful potentially. One of the downsides of this build is that the skill Aura of Tranquility is very costly when it comes to active energy, and I'm losing very fast energy. This is why I have bought about 220 energy potions, because I will have to be using energy potions. But anyway, this is not really an issue, because you can see resistances here. When we use an energy potion, we also get some resistances here. because this skill triggers, this skill provides life resistance, poison and bleeding resistances. My poison is already maxed out, but my bleeding is bad, so by drinking energy potions all the time we gain also bleeding resistance, and we also gain life leech resistance. So it is not necessarily a bad thing that we have to keep reminding ourselves to use this one all the time. So this is a bad thing. Now, while we have this one activated, we have perfect fire, very good cold, very good lightning, good enough pierce, good enough vitality, perfect poison. This one is bad, but under the effect it is okay. And perfect physical, almost perfect. I mean, in addition to this one, which this one is already very good, and we have this one also, which means these ones combined means that we will never die by physical damage. Physical damage will never kill this character. Maybe bleeding damage will kill it, vitality, whatever, but not physical. This combination is very powerful. These are the secondary stats. Stun not very good, freeze is very good, but we don't have very good stats here. Recharge reduction, energy cost, casting speed is bad, movement speed is bad, but this one goes up when we hit with that onslaught. But at least offensive ability is very nice, and the defensive ability is nice. Access to dodge attacks and avoid projectiles. This build has very good survivability. Now, let's go kill something for you to see some gameplay. %, which is maximum for dual wielding weapons, and movement speed 144, which is very nice. They stunned me. We can already understand that this build is very powerful, and of course in cases where we have big enemies coming to fight us or huge packs of enemies and things become very tricky, we can use the battle standard, which provides a very good amount of survivability. Let's use it here to see. This build is going to be super fun to play because first of all it kills enemies pretty fast and it is very smooth. And second, it also gets many times from enemies golded potions to drop because of the passive skill of Neidan Mastery. Legendary Amulet. So guys, this is the gameplay. It is super simple as you can see. I will not continue here, but I will live stream this build very soon, so stay tuned. Remember again to subscribe if you haven't done so yet and you like the content of this channel. And I'll be back very soon. Have a great day. Hello everybody, my name is Fythodas. Welcome to this video, welcome to this channel if this is the first time ever. We have been here for many years now, but remember to subscribe if you are new. We have thousands of Titan Quest content and more is coming always. Here we have a build which I think that at least visually many people will love. I already love it, I mean the looks, how it looks like. This is a build based on the legendary set, the full set. The Abyssal Greaves, I'm using the full set. This set consists of this item, the bracers, the chest armor and the shield, 4-item set. And I decided to make a build based on the full set of the Abyssal set. Now, what do we have here? We have the class which is Daoist. Daoist is made up of Warfare Master and Neidan, Eternal Embers DLC for Neidan Mastery. And for my attribute points I have spent points only on strength. Most of my points went to strength and the rest of the points went to dexterity. Why strength? Because I wanted to increase of course my strength, my physical damage. This is mainly a physical damage build. And dexterity because I wanted to increase also offensive ability, because with melee builds if you don't have enough offensive ability you will not be able to even hit your enemies, let alone deal critical damage if you go to make a critical damage build. By making critical damage build means that you need as much offensive ability as possible. More than 1500 offensive ability to have a very effective critical damage build. Now we can see here the resistances, very good legendary, 63 fire, 59 cold, perfect lightning, 70 pierce, minus 28 vitality, 70 poison, minus 100 very bad bleeding, but 71% physical on top of this very nice armor. I mean, this is very good. Physical damage will not kill this build. Offensive ability is good enough. Defensive ability is not good enough. We would need to have at least 800 in the beginning of legendary. Or anyway, I will increase this one by spending more points to dexterity from here on. And this is the build. We have 20% stun resist, 80% here, 71% here. Not perfect, but overall very good. Very good resistances. Now, in Warfare Mastery, we have maxed out the weapon training because it provides attack speed and offensive ability with some melee weapons. This one doesn't work with spears, for example, so if you use a spear and you use weapon training, you are wasting your weapon slot. Remember this detail. Here we have the dodge attacks maxed out, force of survivability, maxed out battle standard and the triumph add-on for more damage and survivability. Maxed out on slot and ignore pain for more resistance physical and pierce. 1 point spent on hamstring and maxed out ardor for movement and attack speed. Maxed out whirlwind and lacerate for more damage. This is also a movement skill. It will make you run very fast to enemies in the distance and hit them and deal damage and hit multiple targets, 4 targets maximum. And here we have maxed out Warhorde to stun enemies and Doomhorde to reduce their health and reduce their armor to deal more physical damage on them. In Neidan Mastery we don't have many skills. We have the Potted Elixir. When we drink a potion we get these buffs. So poison, life leech, bleeding, buff, yeah, it is minus 100. When you get this buff, plus 38%, okay, whatever. Here we have the consequences. Maxed out and maxed out the add-on consequences just to be used to spread it out to other enemies. We have maxed out the weakest chakra. This one gives more damage and it reduces damage and resistance of enemies as well, so it makes things easier for us to survive and deal more damage as well. Here we have maxed out the Aura of Tranquility to provide more buffs, damage absorption, so although we don't have a very good resistances, vitality or bleeding, damage absorption works also even against these types of damage, so these things are not as bad as they look. First, because we have this one always activated damage absorption, And then because we have these ones here, when we drink a potion we get even more bleeding resistance and whatever. Last but not least, we have the Blessing of Jin-chan maxed out. This one provides potions and gold from enemies that we kill. It is based on a chance, but it is an amazing skill if you go to make some gold in this game. So this is it when it comes you know, to skills. Now the items are very interesting. Why? Because this build uses a combination of items of the latest DLC and early game. The Abyssal set, as far as I remember, comes from the base game, or Hades Immortal Throne expansion, which came out back in 2007 anyway. But nowadays in Titan Quest Anniversary, Immortal Throne expansion is one and the same with the base game, so it is a game, the base game we call it, the Anniversary Edition. So this one comes from the base game, and some items come from the latest DLC, Eternal Embers. This artifact, Strength of Pagu, is one of the items that comes from Eternal Embers. It is very, very powerful. It provides many resistances, offensive ability, strength, total damage, and cosmic strike skill, which is very powerful. When it triggers, it deals lots of damage to multiple enemies. Here we have the Evil Lion Head, a very OP weapon from Eternal Embers Act only. Many types of damage, attack speed, strength buffs, and a buff to skills in Warfare Mastery. Overall, this item is super duper powerful. And what else do we have? We don't have anything else from Eternal Embers here. We have the Star of Elysium, which is a very powerful legendary rig, one of the best I would say. For the types of damage it provides and also resistances. Here we have the Eye of Reveries, one more very nice and very useful many times legendary rig because of the offensive and defensive ability it provides. And the rest of the stats as well. Here we have the Essence of Styx Amulet. This amulet is super awesome for survivability only, it doesn't provide any damage buffs. But when it comes to survivability, it's very powerful. And here we have the Killik Spiked Visor. As far as I remember, this one comes from Ragnarok or Atlantis DLCs, I don't remember exactly which one. I think it is Ragnarok though. This one, I'm using this one because it provides very good resistances, and also we get this Phalanx skill, which I have it down there. Now this one is not really dealing any serious damage, you could say, in Legendary at least, but it is very useful to have it. I don't use this one only for the skill, I'm using it mostly for the resistances. So we have the 4 items of the set, we have the boots. We can see the set buffs: physical resistance, pierce, elemental poison resist, life leech, energy leech, shield block chains, energy health regen, defensive ability, absorption of spell energy. Overall, the bonuses are very good of this set. Here we have the Abyssal Plate. The item itself provides some resistances, but on its own, without the buffs, the bonuses of the set, this item is not very good. Not for endgame at least. And this item as well, it is not that good for endgame on its own. And we have the Abyssal Bracers. Again, this item is not very good on its own for endgame, but we can see that if we put together the whole set, then the whole set becomes very good for endgame. But each one of the items on its own, outside of the set for endgame, is not very good. And the shield. The shield also provides the Flame Surge skill. The Flame Surge skill is, let me show you which one is it. This one. But this skill is kind of useless in Legendary. This is why I don't have it here, I'm not using it. It is a waste of energy points, I would say. So, these are the items, these are the stats, the skills, the attribute points. Do we have nothing special when it comes to buffs? But this weapon is very OP on its own already. These are the numbers of damage. Let's activate this one again, which drinks energy. So, let's go kill some enemies. Of course, this is the beginning of the game. I'm showing to you the builds in the beginning, how they look like in Legendary. But this one is very satisfying, it looks great, it's very satisfying to play with, although it is very simple as a melee build. But it is somehow it is very satisfying to play with this one. I don't know why. Maybe because I like very much melee builds. Let's use this one. Ah, okay. At least this skill can kill some sadists in legendary.
I know it's dangerous. How can I go home?
Use it, use it. Use it or abuse it. Easy.
The necklace! My daughter.
I don't know, maybe it is the looks of the build, but it feels very dynamic, very powerful, very... not powerful only on the numbers of damage it is, but the feeling, it gives you that feeling, maybe because of how this melee weapon looks and because it is a bit slow at attacking enemies. But although it is a bit slow, it still deals lots of damage, and maybe this is why the combination of all of these details makes it feel quite powerful. Let's use this one, the weakest chakra. I'll go kill some skeletons as well to see how it deals against skeletons.
The Spartan armor.
Yeah, very good damage against skeletons too. Very, very good performance, at least in the beginning of Legendary. So guys, this is the build, this is the Abyssal set build. Finally one more full set build is here. I don't know if you like this build, let me know in the comments below if you like it, if you had any ideas to improve it. Remember that none of the legendary items is upgraded. Just imagine the room for improvements this build has if you upgrade all the items, and also if hypothetically I was playing one build, one character from level 1 to level to legendary endgame anyway, And I took that build through all 6 endgame dungeons throughout the 3 campaigns. 1 endgame dungeon in normal difficulty, 2 endgame dungeons in epic, and 3 endgame dungeons in legendary. Why am I saying this? Because if you do this with the endgame dungeons, the first time you complete an endgame dungeon, you get a permanent reward, random reward but permanent, such as resistances, things like this. So, if you got to reach the maximum potential of your character, you need to also take them through the endgame dungeon. Anyways, I'll be back very soon with more videos and live streams. Enjoy your day, thanks for watching, subscribe, support this channel for more content to keep coming always. Have a good day, guys. Hello everybody, this is Mr. Fire, and here we have one more single mastery build guide. This is my new build. It is based on Storm Mastery, and when you play a build which plays only with Storm Mastery without a second one, then the class's name of Storm Mastery is Stormcaller, the one who calls storms. Something like Zeus, you know, because Zeus is the god that calls storms. He has the thunder cats. And he cuts his enemies with thunder. So, here we are. This is the character I could come up with. And again, when I'm making single mastery builds, I'm using items that I have in my current collection of items. I make this collection of items by finding different items and keeping them with other characters of mine, older characters and builds and farming and all of these things. And I make these single mastery builds. And again, the idea behind these single mastery builds is to try and make builds for legendary difficulty to have 80% if possible resistances, the primary resistances to be maxed out, if possible, because there are some classes out there that are very hard to do this thing with a single mastery build only. For example, Hunting Mastery is not that easy to do it. We will talk about Hunting Mastery some other time, in another Sunday. This time we'll talk about Storm. First, for the skills, this is the state of my skills. All of my skills get +2 to +2 levels because of items I'm using. I have maxed out most of the skills. I have maxed out these ones here, these ones here, these ones here. Now I'm trying to max out this one. The spirit, the summon wisp, spirit, not spirit, summon wisp. I have maxed out these ones, I have maxed out all of these things, I have maxed out all of these things to get even more lightning and cold damage and all of the secondary effects that we get from these two. I have maxed out freezing blast, these ones, and I was trying to see how this skill could work with staffs, with my staff. And I spent only 1 point here because I get +2 from items, so it is level 3. Of course, I will take back this 1 point later and I will spend it here. And after I decided to not go with Ice Shards. Why? Ice Shard is a very powerful skill, and it is a spell. And if you max it out, it is very powerful, of course. If you max out also the add-ons, it is very powerful. But for this specific build, I decided to not use this one, because to utilize this one, you have to max it out to get the best out of it. And maxing out this one means that you will have problems with your energy regeneration. And with the current setup of my items, and of course skills, I don't have the best energy regeneration. I don't have so many energy points, because I didn't spend any points on energy. I had to spend points elsewhere, and this is my state of the build. So for a single mastery build, I don't think, at least with my current setup of items that do not really support the Ice Shard spell at its full potential, I think it is a good idea to avoid this one. But still, we have other powerful spells. This one is a spell, Lightning Bolts. It is very powerful, and we use it in combination with Squall, which is very good. So we don't really have a problem. We also have this skill here of Summon Wisp, which is a very powerful skill. This one gives an AoE, area of effect ability to this one. So when this one attacks, many times it attacks multiple enemies and it kills enemies, because this is a very powerful skill. So this is the build. This is the build actually when it comes to the mastery, store mastery skills. Now for the items. For the items, these are the items I use right now. I tried again with the item selection, I tried to get all of my primary resistance up to 80%. And as you can see, I have everything 80% except for bleeding, which is 47%, which is fine. It is okay. In legendary 47% is okay because bleeding is everywhere in the game, but not very much. It is only in Ragnarok Act that it is mostly, you know, it is mostly used in Ragnarok Act from enemies against us, so it is okay for the most part of the game. And we have also 60% physical, which is awesome to have because our combined armor of course is not the best. Actually it is very bad, but we use Squall skill all the time. As we can see, we have a very good cooldown reduction for Squall skill. The Squall skill reduces damage of enemies, which means now that we reduce the incoming physical damage of enemies along with every other type of damage of enemies. Which means that now this combined armor is not that bad, because we reduce the damage of our enemies. We do not receive their full damage, their full potential of their damage. About the items. The artifact is the Elemental Rage. Awesome artifact in general. It also provides plus 25% elemental damages, which buffs the damage output of this build, which is a very nice thing to have. Here we have the Corselet of Freyja. This is a super duper powerful set in general and a super duper powerful item on its own. We get many resistances, we get also defensive ability and plus 1 to skills and recharge time reduction. And I'm using the Boots of Freyja, which belong to the same set. Many resistances, recharge time reduction, elemental damage is buff and defensive ability as well. And of course these two belong to the same set. The two-piece bonus set is the numbers you can see: health, attack speed, casting speed and increased experience. Here I have Caduceus, something like that. I'm using this stuff. There are more powerful stuffs for Storm Mastery, but I'm using this one because of the resistances. As I said before, I'm trying to stack as many resistances as possible. This is my primary concern about this single mastery build guide series. I want all of these single mastery builds to be as close to 80% as possible. So this one is very good because it provides pierce, elemental and poison resistances. Very nice stuff when it comes to resistances. Here we have the Celestial Bud. This is a very nice ring, legendary ring for spell builds, mage builds, intelligence based builds. It also provides elemental damage buff, which helps very much for our spells to be dealing even more damage. Okay, the average damage is not high, the DPS is not high, but remember, spells like Squall or Lightning Bolt or Thunderbolt and other spells in general, they do not get accounted for in these numbers here. These numbers only count for the damage, the basic attack that you deal with your weapons, for the most part. Of course, in these numbers you can see numbers that come from skills like Storm Nimbus, aura skills that provide some buffs of percentages to damage overall, but they do not calculate the damage numbers of spells like Lightning Bolt, Squall, Thunderbolt and things like that. So yeah, do not let these numbers frighten you, because these numbers are not really what this build is all about. They do not showcase the power of the build. So here we have the Coronal of the Abyss. This item is very nice for a mage build. I'm using it because of the resistances it provides and also the defensive ability, plus 353, which is awesome. I think this is the best helmet in the game for defensive ability for mage builds. If you need defensive ability mostly, and you don't need so many resistances on a helmet slot, this one is one of the best, if not the best. Here we have the Poisonous Jewel of the Tinkerer. I use this one because I wanted to get more health. As you can see, I combined two components of this one because it is of the Tinkerer, and of the Tinkerer items come from Atlantis, and they allow you to equip, to enchant these items with 2 components instead of 1. So, I have the Ank of Ices, which provides more health and vitality damage resistance, and the Dionysus wine skin, which provides health, physical resistance and bleeding resistance. And it is very good. Also the 51 poison damage over 3 seconds. This one is a flat number. It doesn't work with spells like lightning bolt, which means when you use a spell, you do not apply the flat numbers of damage you get from items. But when you attack with your staff, with your weapon overall, staff, bow, thrown weapon, melee weapon, doesn't matter. This attack here, this attack will also apply the 51 poison damage over 3 seconds on enemies. Which means that yes, now every time we attack with the staff, which we do this build, this is not a pure spell build. Every time we attack with the staff, we apply this number. This number is not a big one. It is a very small one for legendary difficulty, but it is better than nothing. It helps. It helps because it is better than nothing. So I decided to go with this one. And here we have the impenetrable wristlet of the Griffin. Why this one? Because this one provides pierce resistance, elemental damage is 22% elemental damages, which again increases the performance of my damage output. Also the performance of both the attacks of the weapon, but also the spells. It increases the damage of the spells. And 11 elemental damage. This 11 elemental damage is a flat number, which means it works only when we attack with the basic attack of our weapons. This is how it works. Or even if you use, for example, in another case scenario, if you have flat elemental damage and you use a skill like takedown of hunting mastery with a spear, then this flat elemental damage would also be applied by that spear attack. Because there are some skills in the game that utilize weapons directly to attack with. Takedown is a skill of hunting mastery which utilizes spear. Without a spear you cannot use that skill because that skill uses your spear. Which means when you use that skill, takedown, you apply this 11 elemental damage to your enemies with your spear if you use this item as well. But this elemental damage flat doesn't work with spells, it works only with weapon attacks. And we have also 18% attack speed, which is very nice because we have a very nice attacking speed right now with our stuff. And yeah, I decided to go with the plumage enchantment component, whatever, because of the poison resistance and 15 armor. This is a very nice item here for this slot. And here we have the Torque of the Ancestors. This is one very powerful amulet. It comes with Ragnarok DLC. It is one of the most powerful amulets in the game right now. And it is awesome because it provides so many resistances and also the plus 30% total damage. This plus 30% total damage increases even more our damage output. Total damage. Damage that we deal by attacking with our weapon, but also total damage of spells, everything, total damage. And it is awesome. Plus 1 to all skills. I mean, this item is awesome here. It is perfect. And this is a bit, guys. Also, remember, all of these legendary items that we see here, they are not upgraded. I have 2 available upgrades. I have 1 upgrade in normal difficulty and 1 in epic available. And if I want, I can go and upgrade to choose 2 items to upgrade, but I'm not going to do that. I will go through the whole legendary difficulty with this exact setup. I will never replace nothing of this setup, and we will see how well this build performs legendary overall. The primary resistances are awesome. Health is almost 4000. Now, the attribute points. I decided to spend some points on dexterity to increase dexterity because I had to have dexterity to be able to equip some items like this one, which requires 188. So I spent 25 attribute points on dexterity, exactly 25. I spent many more points on intelligence because we want intelligence, this is a mage build. And I also spent many points on health. I have a 1420 base health. Because it is a mage build, with this selection of items we don't get so much health buffs, we get only 2500. So I got it to reach at least up to 4000 if I could, which I can. And when I will keep leveling up, I will be spending some points on health to increase more my health and intelligence. This is what I will probably do. My secondary defensive ability is awesome, 845, which is enough for the most part of legendary difficulty. And stun resistance is awesome, perfect. Trap resistance is very good. And we don't have slow resistance, but it is okay. You cannot have everything in this life. There is some things you cannot have. So, the build is in a very good state, we could say. Let's go and kill a couple of enemies only, so that you can see how we do. We will go here and kill some skeletons. You use Squall, and you do this move, and you kill almost everything. This goes the Elemental Chaos skill from this artifact, it triggered. Am I going to get killed now? No, not yet. We also have the Spellbreaker skill. We see that our enemies get killed quite fast, not super fast, but quite fast. Especially, I mean, it is also the Wisp pet that kills enemies. It hits multiple enemies and it is very good, it is very powerful because of this skill here. So, this is how this build plays actually. It is very simple to play with this build. There is nothing strange, nothing complicated. Very, very simple. And also it looks awesome because of the spells of Storm Mastery. I always liked how Squall looks like, and also of course Lightning Bolt. I mean, they look amazing, these spells. They are totally awesome. So guys, this is the gameplay of the build, very simple and very effective. You use Squall on enemies, and after your Wisp uses his AoE attack, you destroy enemies very, very fast. With Squall we also reduce resistances of enemies, so now they receive even more damage from our spells and weapon attacks and whatnot. And we survive as you can see. So, this is my single Mastery Storm build, the Stormcaller class. I also like how this build looks like currently. Free set items are awesome in general. So guys, tomorrow is Monday. Tomorrow I will live stream this build and we will see together in tomorrow's live stream how this build plays, more gameplay. And we will go through normal through Act 1 in Legendary difficulty. And we will see how this build performs. Everybody, thanks for watching this video. Subscribe if you haven't done so yet, because we have so much Titan Quest content coming, too much content. And we will have a giveaway very soon. This is a surprise I was keeping for you, but soon enough we will have giveaways. And I will see you very, very soon with more content. Have fun. Hello everybody, welcome to one more video, build guide video again after a long time. Here we are once again to show you this very great looking character with the very nice looking stuff. This one. This is the Strength of the Nile stuff as they call it. It looks great. And also it performs great. It is a very powerful, totally OP item that comes with Eternal Embers DLC as far as I recall. If you haven't played Eternal Embers, or if you haven't bought Eternal Embers DLC, maybe you should, because it will give you access to many new great items, and especially OP weapons, and lots of new content to explore. What is this build all about? I wanted to make a build with the stuff of the Nile, the Strength of the Nile, and here we have it. This build is a Conjurer, I call it the Nile build. It started as a legendary hero. And of course the Conjurer uses the Earth Mastery and the Spirit Mastery. With the attribute points, I spent points only on intelligence, as we can see, 386 plus 396. The white number is the number of where you can see how many points you have spent. I haven't spent 386 points. When you start a new character, it starts with 50 points on strength, intelligence and dexterity, and 300 points on energy and health. But as you spend points, attribute points, you know, for example, that 1 point on health or on energy will give you 40 points to health or energy. One attribute point will give you 40 health points or 40 energy points, and for strength, intelligence, dexterity goes one will give you 4 or 5, whatever. 386 from 50 means that by spending attribute points, I got up to 386 with the white numbers. The same applies to health. As you can see, the starting number is health 300, but this is 3180, which means I have spent most of my points on health because I wanted to get as much survivability as possible, and all of my rest of the points of attribute points went into intelligence. I spent 0 points on energy, 0 strength, 0 dexterity. And I started as a legendary hero at level 70. For the masteries we have Earth Mastery. I'm using the Earth enchantment, maxed out of course. I'm using the Stone Skin add-on for more survivability overall. I'm using the volatility to give me these boosts to, you know, physical damage, burn damage, fire damage, whatever, of all spells and skill attacks and weapon attacks. I haven't spent any points here because I wanted to spend points on more important skills first. I will spend points here later if I ever level up this character up to level 85, whatever, I will spend points here. I have only 1 point on Heat Shield, to have it here to get only the physical resistance that it provides, and I have spent 1 point on Stone Form to give me some, you know, damage absorption sometimes when I'm about to get killed. The Ring of Flame, I'm using this one only for this add-on, the Softer Metal, because this one has the reduced offensive ability for 3 seconds. The skill Ring of Flame has a meter radius of effect, which is short in the lower levels, but I'm using this one because when enemies come into this meter radius of effect of the skill, usually enemies that come so close to you will be melee enemies, not ranged attackers. Melee attackers rely on offensive ability to be able to hit you. And if you have this one here, which has 8% reduced offensive ability, means that it reduces the offensive ability of melee attackers that are next to you, close to you, and now they cannot deal as much critical damage to you, or sometimes they can also miss their attacks on you. The damage that it deals damage as well, but it is okay, I don't really care about that. That is a very tiny amount of damage. I care only about the reduced offensive ability. And here we have the Eruption, which is a very nice AoE spell, and it deals both physical and fire damage. On Spirit Mastery, this is a very important one, of course. We have maxed out the turn on attack. We get +3 to turn on attack from the staff itself as well. And we have maxed out the Arcane Lore, very powerful combination. We have the Death Ward, which gives you a second chance to life. Then we have the Death Chill Aura. I would like to spend more points on this one, but the problem is that I had to spend points elsewhere before this one, so... The same applies here, armor absorption. When you reduce armor absorption of enemies, this means that they may receive more physical damage by you, but again, I wanted to spend points elsewhere. And we have the Necrosis, which reduces heavily the vitality damage, building resistance and life leech resistance of enemies. This build deals lots of vitality damage, first of all because the stuff itself has vitality damage as its main type of damage. So this one helps super greatly. We have maxed out the life drain, of course, to deal damage, vitality and attack damage compared to health to get back health from enemies. We have maxed out the add-on because this one does the same thing, but it hits multiple enemies, even better. And we have maxed out the soul drain because this one also does damage, vitality damage, and more damage to ghosts, and we can defeat ghosts this way with this one. And here we have, of course, the Spirit Ward and Spirit Bane activated, maxed out. And the Soul Vortex, which is a very powerful skill for enemies close to you. It life leeches enemies anyways, and energy leeches enemies, and it can keep you alive. So this is the setup, the starting setup as a legendary hero of this build right now. It is night time. So, items. The thing with this build is that we use, of course, the Staff of the Nile. The Strength of the Nile, as I call it Staff of the Nile. This one deals vitality damage up to 430. It has great stats overall, but we can see that it also has up to 232 elemental damage flat. This means that this stuff always deals all 3 types of elemental damage as well as vitality damage, of course, because it is the main type of damage of the stuff. So, this stuff is very, very powerful, and on a build like this we can boost up the damages of both vitality and elemental, because all these things rely on intelligence attribute. And this is why we have so much intelligence here, as I showed you before. Now, when you see flat elemental damage, this gets divided by 3 because you have 3 types of elemental. 1/3 is fire, 1/3 is cold, 1/3 is lightning. And this is very important, a very important detail. You will see on another item why. The Honor Guards, Robe of the Gods, I found this one very good. I also wanted to put that carapace component to get those resistances on. This is why I'm using this green item. It is a very nice item. I'm using the Icon of Zeus artifact. Resistances and more lightning damage and attack speed completion bonus. Thunderstorm is very powerful, it kills enemies instantly. I'm using the Coronal of the Abyss, very nice item, lots of defensive ability. This is the most important reason why I'm using this one, but also lots of elemental, vitality and star resistances. I'm using the Chiron's Loop for the pierce poison resistance mostly, and the defensive ability and just to dodge attacks. It is a very great ring, but I use it 2 times. I have it 2 times equipped. I could also use the ensnare skill. I could have 2 different ensnares to use, but I didn't want to use anything like that because it would make things very complicated. And I didn't want to rely on ensnare, which is not a very high level of ensnare anyway, so... Here we have the Myrmidon Spreaded. I'm using this one for the resistances and everything. Also the physical damage buff helps with spells that deal physical damage, and we have at least Eruption spell that deals both physical and fire. And this one increases also the physical damage of that spell. The Warwind skill is useless, it works only with melee weapons. I'm using a staff. Why the elemental damage is very important here? Because here on this legendary super awesome item, which provides many very good stats, we get also the 140 lightning damage. This is flat lightning damage, and this lightning damage flat is added to the weapon attacks. It is not added to the elemental damage that we can see here, because 1/3 of this elemental damage is lightning. But it is added to the weapon attacks, so this weapon, when we attack with the weapon, it applies the vitality damage of the weapon, it applies the 232 elemental damage, which is 3 types of elemental, and it also applies the 140 lightning damage. And this item of course makes the weapon attacks even more powerful. This item, the Thunder God's Armbands. This item is also awesome for many reasons, as we can see, especially the 23% elemental damages. It increases all elemental damages of this weapon, of the flat elemental damage. This is a percentage, which means it decreases elemental damages of everything. All weapon attacks, all skills and spell attacks that deal elemental damage. Also, 11% total damage, the same. It increases almost all types of primary damage and a couple of other types like life leech, whatever. Plus 52% lightning damage, amazing. So, plus 52% lightning damage in combination to this item, 140 lightning damage in combination to this one, 60% lightning damage, and of course in combination with the flat lightning damage that comes from this flat elemental damage, 1/3 is lightning. All these things get buffed, 52% lightning damage, they work very nicely together. And this way we have this build now dealing lots of vitality damage, lots of elemental damage, but mostly from the elemental damage we get a huge boost to lightning damage. But let's not forget that from this one, when this one triggers, this one gives a huge boost to fire damage. And this one, the flat elemental damage, also deals 1/3 fire damage. So, both fire damage and lightning damage get significant buffs on this build. Unfortunately, cold damage is left behind a little bit, but still, cold damage also gets boosted by intelligence, and it also gets boosted by total damage or percentage to elemental damage. There is nothing to cry about. The 60% weapon based damage becomes elemental of this item. It works only with the base weapon damage of weapons that deal physical damage. It works only on physical. It doesn't convert vitality to elemental. So we can see that we have some great combinations of synergies of items and skills here, at passive skills and whatnot, at proc skills. And this build ends up becoming a very powerful, very nice build. Of course, the resistances are not the best. We have maxed out Pierce, maxed out Lightning, 52 Cold, 21 Fire, 28 Physical, very nice add-on. Minus 45 not the best, 6% okay, minus 14 combined armor of course is not the best. But let's go back and I will tell you, casting speed is very good, movement speed is very good, nothing here, health regen, energy regen is very good. Perfect stun resistance, a little bit of energy resistance, that's it. And the defensive ability is good enough. Offensive ability is useless because it works only with melee weapons. This is it. The damage output is very good, as we can see. We deal lots of damage. And remember, every time we attack with the staff, we release 3 projectiles, because we use the turn on attack skill here. So yeah, but when it comes to these resistances that are not good enough, okay, this build is not a glass cannon. It is better, much better than a glass cannon, but it has some fragile things about it, the resistances. So, how do we deal with this problem? You see, the very good thing about this build is that we have, first of all, the life drain skill, which, when we attack enemies with this one, we deal damage, we kill enemies, but we also heal back. It works like a pause in a way. Then we have the soul vortex, which deals damage to enemies, kills some enemies, and gives life back, so it works like a potion in a way. We also have attack damage converted to health on this weapon, for example. Yeah, I think only on this weapon, which means that when we attack with the weapon, we take back health, and we deal lots of damage, so we take back good amounts of health from the attack. So this works like a potion, you could say. Then we have the original pose in the game, and in other cases we have the stone form, where if we are about to get killed, this one will save our life. And in many cases we also have the death ward, which is a skill that when it works, it saves your life. Activates when health drops below 15%. If you won't get killed instantly, for example, if your health drops instantly, it is 16%, your health is 16%, it drops instantly to 0%, you will die. If it drops to 1%, this will activate it, it will save your life. This is a build, let's go kill something. Activate this thing. You can get killed with this build, but if you are careful enough and you use the skills at the right moments, you will survive. These enemies are very annoying. And of course, as I said in the beginning, one of the great things about this build is that with these items equipped, all these items together equipped, this build looks very beautiful. Nice. Weightless Shield of Refuge. Good item. Okay, we can see that the health goes down, but when we hit multiple enemies with our attacks, enemies that we can life leech, because you cannot life leech undead enemies for example, then we can see what happens. Okay, I killed everything. I'm taking this one
Would you help me? Would you help
and I'm running back. So, more or less, this is the how this build plays, the gameplay. Of course, we didn't see any boss fights or anything like this here, but that's not the point of the video. The point of the video is to show you the build. I got a point,
the lakes?
the lakes, one skill point. So, this is it guys, thanks for watching this video. If you like this build or not, leave a comment below. If you like the video, click the like button to support the channel. If you don't like the video, don't click anything. And I will see you again with more videos and live streams. Have a great day. Hello everybody, welcome to one more video. My name is Firethodas or Mr. Fire or the line of epic heroes. And this is a new build, which is a build of the sea, of the ocean. This is why I call this build Okeanos, which Okeanos is the Greek word for ocean. Actually, ocean comes from Okeanos, but anyway. Now, what is this build all about? This build is all about a Templar who uses a specific component, relic, or charm. I mean, this is a relic, this is a charm. We call them components because it is easy to call them components if you want to refer to both at the same time. There is a component which comes with Ragnarok DLC in the game, and that component is called the Children of Okeanos. So, I wanted to make a build by utilizing this specific component, and here we have it. I call it Okeanos because I'm using this one. Now, to understand what is happening here, the thing is that we have this component which provides always the slowed movement retaliation at a big amount of flat energy points, and the completed relic bonus can be one of many, and one of the many is this one, which is a combination of bleeding damage over time called damage and vitality damage. I'm using this item for example. I wanted to use this Children of Okeanos component as many times as possible, because these flat numbers of damage, as we can see, they can also be applied by our weapon attacks only, not by any spells. Only by weapon attacks. So now that I have this item here, we can see that all of these flat numbers of damage, they get applied by my attacks with the weapon. or the shield, because the shield is also a weapon. Let's start with the skills and then we will talk about the items. It is a Templar. For the attribute points I have spent points only on strength and dexterity, nowhere else, and almost equally. Here we have 342, here we have 382. Here I spent how many? 10 points more? Yeah, than this one, almost equally. Because this build is a melee build, we need offensive ability, and by spending on dexterity we also increase defensive and offensive ability, so that was necessary to do so. And with strength we increase also physical damage output. I haven't spent points elsewhere. Now, a Templar is a defense and dream mastery character class. Here we have spent points on the adrenaline. When this triggers you get some health regen, which is very nice to have, but I'm using it mostly for this one. Physical damage buff, total speed and bleeding damage buffs. Recharge to get this one a little bit to reduce the cooldowns of this one a little bit. Of course I will spend more points here later to reduce the cooldown of this one even more, but for now it is what it is. We have maxed out the rally, which is for survivability, and the add-on Defiance, which provides elemental resist and damage reflection, and I have spent a point here for total speed and some energy regen. But energy regen is useless here on this build because, as you can see, we have almost 2500 energy. We have maxed out the battle awareness for more defenses, armor. We have spent a point on the focus for more shield block chest, and we have spent a point here to get some secondary resistances. I have maxed out the shield charge, of course, and because this is a very powerful one, and the disruption add-on, which gives more AoE to the skill. Maxed out the batter skill, which is very good to hit with the shield attack, which shield now also does damage, and of course I have picked up this item to the skill to level 7. And I have maxed out the armor handling. Armor absorption is very nice to have against incoming physical damage, and the pulverize, which is an AoE skill which utilizes your shield to attack along with your main weapon your enemies. It is very powerful when it triggers. In Dream Mastery I'm using the Trance of Wrath to reduce resistances of enemies so that now they can receive even more damage from my attacks. All my attacks, cold damage that I have from the Okeanos component, or bleeding damage from Okeanos component, or vitality, or physical damage from the weapon, and whatever I have, everything. This is not maxed out yet, but I will max it out later, the Lucid Dream. We have maxed out the Premonition because we need offensive defensive ability. These are mandatory to have on this build, and I have maxed out the Temporal Flux for all the stats that it provides. Here I'm using the Psionic Touch maxed out. We have it down here. This build uses, most of the time it is, not most of the time, all of my attacks include weapons. It is a purely weapon attacking build. It has no spells that don't use weapons. And I have maxed out this one Psionic Beam, -2 charge levels. Of course I can take 1 point back from here, hypothetically. Because I don't need to have it at level 9, I need to have it at level 8. Because at level 8 you get the -2 charge levels, and now every second attack releases the buffs of this one. I haven't maxed out the Phantom Strike yet because I didn't have enough points. The same applies to this one, but later I will max out these things. This is the build for now. It is a bit glass cannon, you could say, but at least we have this rally skill which provides it is something like a second health potion. And yeah, what I was talking about before, all skills that we use to attack enemies with, they utilize weapons. Psionic Touch utilizes your weapon. Shield Attack utilizes your shield, which is a weapon. The Shield Charge utilizes your shield and of course this one, which is a weapon. And the Phantom Strike also hits with your weapon. It is only this rally, which is a spell that heals up your character and allies. It doesn't really deal any damage. So, now, items. Here we use the Discipline of Kun Lan. I wanted to use this one. This comes with Eternal Embers DLC. To use this one because it provides a total speed, offensive ability, physical damage buffs, and the skill Way of the Monk activated upon taking damage is good one. Something different this time. Here we have the Ptamosis leggings, one of the best leggings legendary boots providing survivability in the whole game. I'm using the Celtic Houds, or Celtic Houds, it is Celtic I think, anyway. And this one is very awesome as an item for the resistances that it provides, health points, attack speed. And a plus 2 skills in defense mastery. Here we have the Helmet of Valhalla. This is perfect again because it provides all of these stats and also the plus 2 skills. And the skill Battle Command, which gives 20% total speed. As we can see, the attack speed of this character is 205% already. For builds that use a shielded melee weapon, the maximum you can get is 222% as far as I recall. So we are close to perfection here. Attack speed is very crucial when you have a build that also uses proc skills to attack with. Proc skills is something like this, for example, Pulverize, which has a 19% chance to be used. So, the faster you attack, the higher chances you have to get this proc skill to proc more frequently in less time. If that makes any sense anyway. And this is why it is very crucial to have the highest attack speed possible when your build relies or uses very much proc skills that deal damage. As we said before, let's go first to the jewels. We have the resistant equals of the Tinkerer. This is for survivability reasons only. By the way, if you see here we have this item which is the Tinkerer, which I have found the defiled breastplate of the Tinkerer. The defiled prefix provides all of these stats: the poison resist, poison retaliation, the poison damage buff, and minus 15 health regen per second. No matter how much minus flat health regen per second you have, you can fix this problem. You can stop the minus, the negative regen working on you and killing you by equipping a single item on your build. The item is the incarnation of the Yankee of Isis, which provides plus 120% health regeneration. Of course, if you have a combination of at least 100% health regeneration from other items, you don't need this one. But if you don't have this combination, then a single Ankh of Isis is good enough for you to be done with this problem once and for all. So I have minus 120% health regen, and my health stays okay, it doesn't go down, but it also doesn't go up. When you do this thing, health regen, if you have plus health regen from items, it always stays 0. So this is the reason why I'm also using the Ankh of Isis. Synergies, people. This game is not very fancy when it comes to many, huge skill trees and whatnot, but it has many synergies between stats, items, skills and whatever, and it is very deep. As much as it is simple. Or simplistic is the right word. Now, the Eye of Reveries. I'm using this one for the resistances, the offensive defensive ability buffs, and the other buffs, strength buffs, percentage, edges, whatever it has. Here we have the Augur's Dynasty Collar of Fisting, plus 2 to all skills and Dream Mastery, and attack damage converted to health, which is very good to help me survive better with my melee attacks, because I always attack with melee attacks. And the attack damage converted to health works only with melee attacks, not with spells. I went with the Tortured Soul because I was lucky enough to get one from the hundreds of Tortured Souls I have picked up throughout the years, to have this one with the bonus to be elemental resist. So this one helps with my survivability. The weapon is the Northern's Axe. I'm using this mastery frequent because first of all it has these buffs to cold damage, 2 times flat cold damage, and it also has a very nice base physical damage number, and it is a monster infrequent item, so I could enchant it with the Valor of Achilles to get even more flat physical damage and much more attack speed buff, which I want because, as I said before, attack speed in such type of builds is very good to have. But last but not least, we have this awesome item, the Resistant Shield of the Tinkerer. This shield has a very nice base physical damage, 255 damage when you use it as a weapon to deal damage with. It has a very nice blocking number, 828 flat damage. It has the lightning resistance. But it is a Tinkerer, so I could enchant this one with the Children of Okeanos once again. And now, what is happening here is that we have the shield with 2 times Children of Okeanos and the chest with 2 times Children of Okeanos. And this is how we have so much energy almost 2500, because we used 4 times the Children of Okeanos. And of course, now what happens is that when we attack with the shield, all skills that use the shield to attack with, they also count in the weapon. You get the numbers of damage from the weapon. So you hit with the shield, you also hit with the weapon. When you hit only with a weapon, you don't hit with the shield, you hit with a weapon. But when proc skills like Pulverize trigger, then what happens is that this one uses the shield, but it also uses the weapon, and it deals much more damage. It doesn't account only for the damage of the shield, it also accounts for this damage. So we have the shield mechanics in Titan Quest are very powerful. And what we have here is that when the weapon... Okay, so when we have on... Let's forget the weapon slots. When we have flat numbers of damage on all slots except for weapons or shields, then what happens is that when you attack with your main weapon, the main weapon also applies the flat numbers of damage from all other slots. For example, the bleeding damage or cold damage vitality from the Okeanos of this item. It doesn't apply the flat numbers of damage from the other weapon or from the shield. So these numbers here of bleeding damage, cold vitality do not apply by the weapon attacks of this weapon. Of course they do apply when you attack with the shield itself. But when you attack with the shield itself, the shield is a weapon, so the flat numbers of damage that you get from all other items except for the main weapon, the shield will apply those numbers of damage. But it has these numbers of damage from Okeanos, and it will also apply the numbers of damage from Okeanos from this item. Which means, as you can understand, that now the shield applies 2 times these stats. This weapon applies only 1 time the Children of Okeanos of both these incarnation and embodiment. But this one applies 2 times because this one applies its own Children of Okeanos stats, and then it applies the Children of Okeanos stats of this item as well. So you can see that how the synergies work here and how this build works. Which means that overall we have a very powerful build, a melee attacking build that utilizes also other types of damage, like bleeding, cold vitality. And this is how it... Also don't forget that we have the Trance of Wrath, which reduces all types of resistances of enemies, which means that it reduces their bleeding resistance, it reduces their cold vitality resistance, physical. So all of these Children of Okeanos, they stack together in some cases, and they hit the enemies while the enemies are under the reduction of their resistances to these numbers or to these types of damage. So practically what happens is that these are the initial damage of numbers that we see here, but we deal more higher numbers of damage of all of these types to enemies. Because all of these types of damage numbers, they get boosted by stats like dexterity, dodge, strength, whatever, and they also increase even further by having the resistance of enemies reduced to these types of damage. I hope that all of these things make sense to you. And this is the build. It is a build that relies heavily on synergies to work nicely. It is a thematic build, but it is also a mechanical build based on a theme that comes from synergies between the Okeanos component. And this is the magic of Titan Quest. It has so much simplistic depth that even a single component can give you so many ideas to make new builds, many new builds. And this is not the only build that you can make with this combination of the Tinkerer of the Children of Okeanos. There are more builds that you can come up with the idea of the Children of Okeanos on a shielded on this item. Yeah, we can have more theory crafting in the future based on this component. Now I'm activating the skills. These are the resistances, not the best, very nice, not the best, very nice, okay, not the best, very nice, and very nice. The numbers of damage, but these ones go up because attack speed increases when we trigger this one, 214%. So yeah, and also we get, when we trigger this one, we get resistances, so these things are very nice. And casting speed, movement speed are very good, awesome. Offensive ability, defensive ability are very good, awesome. Block chest 69%, chest avoid projectiles, dodge attacks, these are the stats. And we have a very nice secondary resistances which we can increase in the future by spending off a couple of more points here. And of course, we can increase the survivability of this build even more by spending points on the storage of it, because this all provides damage absorption and absorbs damage against all types of damage. Now, let's go kill some enemies to show you some gameplay. It looks like my enemies are unable to kill me. Of course, having a little bit of attack damage converted to health is very helpful, especially when you attack so fast and you deal good amounts of damage. Nothing, I don't feel any danger here. Super is, of course, these enemies are not really hard here, not challenging, unless you have a build which has very bad resistances and bad damage output, and it can get killed by these turtles. You can see down here when I attack the enemy how fast I'm recharging my health. Or refilling my health bar anyway. Okay, and now the battle marker, I will destroy everything with that one. So, guys, this is the gameplay. It is very simple, as you can see. All you do is to attack with your melee weapons and use a couple of skills, and that's it. I plan in the future to make more builds based on this idea with the Okeanos component. It would be very interesting, even spellcasters, but that is for the future to come. And yeah, this is it for this video. I don't know if you like this build, this idea or not. If you could leave a comment below, hit the like or dislike button if you don't like this video. And remember to subscribe if you like the content of this channel and you want to stay tuned with much more content that is always coming up. So, I'll see you very soon again and have a great day. Hello everybody, my name is Phythodas. Welcome to one more Titan Quest video in this Titan Quest YouTube channel. This time around we have a new build, which I call Throne Amulet build. Why? Because this build uses this amulet, the Sen War Threads Throne, whatever, however you call that. And this amulet comes with Eternal Embers DLC, and I thought, okay, this amulet looks interesting enough, maybe I could make something with this one. This amulet provides the 20% chance for one of the following, which is called damage big buff percentage, lightning damage big buff percentage. When this 20% chance triggers, one of these two things trigger. And here we have it. This is a build. It is not of course the best amulet you can have in the game, but you know, just for testing out purposes. So to play with this amulet, I decided to go with a Sage class. When it comes to health, I haven't spent it. It is a legendary hero. We haven't spent any attributes on health. I don't have good enough attribute points. We haven't spent any energy. We have many energy points because of items and skills and whatnot. I haven't spent anything on strength. I have spent many points on intelligence and dexterity. Actually 50% of my points on intelligence, 50% on dexterity. And Sage class is the Masteries of Storm at Hunting. So, in Storm I have spent a point on Spellbreaker and Spell Shock. This is very useful, you use it on enemies to disrupt their skills and also to drain them a little bit and deal a little bit of damage. I have spent only one point on Summon Wisp because I wanted to get the Eye of the Storm. And the Eye of the Storm, of course, it is a very big buff, all percentage to all elemental damages, so both lightning, cold, and also fire. And the Masochist enemy is trying to kill me now. Okay. Of course, I have maxed out Squall with Obscured Visibility. This is very important. Reduce damage of enemies and reduce resistance of enemies. I haven't maxed out Storm Surge. Let's spend one more point that we have there, but I will max it out. And of course we have maxed out Storm Nimbus because this one provides both cold and lightning damages to our weapon attacks. And of course it provides also the bonus to pets. And here we have the Heart of Frost, which increases even further the cold and frost per damage, and some other effects. And maxed out the static charge, which again increases more lightning damage and some lightning retaliation. Here I have spent a point at least on energy shield to get some resistances on these types of damage, absorption, not resistances, damage absorption on lightning and cold. And here we have the reflection, which provides to you some damage reflection, so you deal passive damage to enemies, you could say. In Hunting Mastery we have maxed out the Steady Prey to reduce the physical and pierce resistance of enemies, and the Flash Out, totally maxed out, for elemental resistance reduction to enemies. Of course, we have on the left skill, we play with a bow, so we have the Maximacy, maxed out totally, along with the two add-ons that will provide more buffs to the damage of the bow attacks. Here we have the volley maxed out, launches 3 projectiles instead of 1. I haven't maxed out Art of the Hat yet, but I will do it in the future. I don't think I will max out the fight cover, or maybe I will do it in the end after I have maxed out some other skills. And the same applies to Trailblazing. But of course we have maxed out the good lore, defensive ability and attack speed with a bow. The herbal remedy, of course, this is mandatory for the survivability stats it provides. And we don't have anything else. This is it for the skills of this build for now at least. And I don't think that this will change. I will only max out some skills and we will see later. The items. We have the Glory Bringer, +1 to all skills and less damage from undead and whatnot, experience gained, lightning resistance buff. We can see that the resistances are not the best, but we will talk about these things later. Blessing of Celestials. Eternal Embers item. Many stats, very nice item. Total speed, life leads, although I don't think that I have life leads. +1 to all skills. Weapon based damage becomes elemental. Powerful item. This is the endgame legendary set item, Helm of Confusion. Here we have the Saharan Wraps. I think that if I remember correctly this comes with Atlantis DLC. And here we have the other item of Blessing of Chaos endgame set, the leggings. Many resistances, movement speed, damage to beast. For jewels we have the Occult Seal of Jin Chan with the Dionysus wineskin on, for more survivability. The Socrates of the Tinkerer, very nice item with components that provide resistances and survivability health. This amulet, which provides some survivability, and of course it provides the 20% sense, which is what I care about, this amulet, and this is the reason why I'm using this amulet. So sometimes on my attacks, this one triggers and I deal cold damage, actually I get the cold damage buff or I get the lightning damage buff, because I always deal cold and lightning damage. Let's not forget that we also have some weapon based damage becomes elemental from this item, 50%. So our attacks always deal all 3 types of elemental: fire, lightning and cold. This one buffs up cold damage or lightning damage. Last but not least we have this bow. This bow is an endgame bow which comes only from the cursed orbs of the cursed shrines. You need electrum points to get this bow if you got this bow. This is the star bow. Very powerful bow, total damage, chance of plus percentage to lightning damage, electrical burn damage. So as we can see that this bow also provides +1 to all skills in the Storm Mastery. This one works very nicely with this amulet because this amulet buffs cold or lightning. This one doesn't deal cold, it buffs up lightning and it deals physical damage, but the base physical damage gets converted by the 50% of the damage converted to elemental, and 1/3 of the elemental is cold as well. So this one now, along with this one, they work nicely with this one and the buffs that we get from Storm Mastery. And we have a very nice synergies here happening. Essence of Thunder skill, activated on attack, 3-second cooldown, recharge. So this is the build. Let's activate the skills now. With the skills activated, my fire resistance is not good, my cold is bad, my lightning is bad, but for cold and lightning we have this one, which provides 30% damage absorption to cold and lightning. So I could say that it is okay now. This one is bad, this one is perfect, poison is very good, bleeding is okay, physical resistance is nice, but combined armor is not very good. But anyway, what can you do? You cannot have everything. Defensive ability is good enough, casting speed is perfect, movement speed is almost perfect. Chances to avoid attacks projectiles, and this resistance is here. So this is the Throne Amulet build. Let's go kill something to show you some gameplay. Let's not forget that we also use the Squall, which reduces the damage of enemies. So We receive less damage from enemies actually. For this reason alone. And also let's not forget that the Storm Wisp provides cold and lightning resistances. Of course, we will have to play this build a little bit as a bow user. We have to keep running around, try to outrun melee attackers. And as we can see, the gameplay of this build is very simple. We don't have many skills to be using, actually we have only 3. The Spellbreaker, the Study Parade, the Squall. Okay. And this one, the Shield. Let's not forget the shield. Nice. Of course, the biggest problem here is my health points. It is not good enough for legendary, but at least we are in the beginning still, so maybe by leveling up, if I spend more points on health, I will increase my health points. So guys, this is the build. I don't know if you like this build. Let me know. Leave a comment below. Let me know about this build. If you have any ideas for maybe some better items in other slots other than the star bow and the throne amulet. Because this build is all about the throne amulet, this is why it is called throne amulet. Let me know and we will see what we can do with this build. So, thanks for watching, have a great one, I'll see you very soon with more videos and live streams. Hello everybody, welcome to this video. My name is Sapphire Pulse and this is Titan Quest video, and here we have a very strange Maybe the strangest bow build you have ever seen yet. As I was live streaming Titan Quest recently, quite recently, I dropped this weapon, the Veteran's Bow of Alacrity. This bow is a very awesome bow, amazing bow, 41% attack speed, increased projectile speed, physical damage buff. And I wanted to make a build with this item, but I thought that okay, we could have a build, you know, the typical type of build with a bow, especially with such a bow that all that it does is it deals physical damage, it has pierce ratio, which means it also deals pierce damage. Physical pierce, that's it. So a typical bow build would be to be using Haddock Mastery with Rogue Mastery, or Haddock Mastery with Dream, or Dream with Rogue, or you know, combinations that will boost up mainly your pierce and physical damage. But I didn't want to go the typical road for this build. I wanted to do something more strange, weird, whatever. Here we have the Cedar Walker. The build idea is that we will be using this bow. We are not converting the damage of the bow to anything. It is as it is. And we will boost up our bow attacks with elemental damage from other skills and items. This is a build that uses the bow, but it deals multiple types of damage, not only one or two. And you will see now what types of damage. But before we get into that, first of all, don't forget, if you like this content, if you like this video, it helps very much if you click the like button. And also, if you like the content and you haven't done so yet, subscribe, it is free to do so. And more content will come out in the future of Titan Quest and Titan Quest 2 hopefully, and whatever else games we can get to play in the future. I started this one as a legendary hero at level 70. I spent points not to health, not to energy, not to strength. All of my starting attribute points had been spent on intelligence and dexterity almost equally, a little bit more on intelligence. We look at the white numbers. This build is an intelligence bow build that uses a bow that is purely physically pierce damage. You could say that this is a hybrid build. Maybe it is a little bit of a hybrid, but not that much. To support this idea of putting more elemental damage to the bow attacks, I decided to go with the Cedar Walker class, which means that we have the combination of Dream Mastery and Rune Mastery. Let's start with Rune Mastery. In Rune Mastery, we are not using the Rune weapon. We could be using the Rune weapon skill, but I decided to go with Psionic Touch. Why? Because Psionic Touch provides this buff of 3 charge levels, means that you have 1 attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks. Each attack counts as a charge level. The 4th attack will release the buffs that you see on the skill. By using the Psionic Beam add-on, we reduce by 2 charge levels, the charge levels here, which means that now this one has 2 charge levels to trigger, 1 charge level to trigger. 1 attack is 1 charge level, the 2nd attack triggers the effects of total damage, vitality damage. And this is why this is very crucial, the Psionic Beam, if you want to play with Psionic Touch. Now this skill, by the way, works with all types of weapons. It is only the beam animation of the skill that works only with stuff. But the increased projectile speed, the chance to pass through enemies at the -2 charge levels or -1 charge levels, works with every single type of weapon. Melee weapons, bows, thrown weapons, whatever. And this is a very great combination, because this means that every second attack with the bow deals this total damage and vitality damage and total damage. And this total damage, of course, means that it boosts all types of damage that we apply with the bow. And the types of damage are multiple, it is not just one. This is why I decided not to go with Rune Weapon this time around. We have skills like Secret Rage here maxed out everything on +4. I wanted to have +4 to all skills for this build. And the Frightening Power, this helped very much when your health drops below 40%. It keeps you alive, it gives you more, total speed and whatnot. I had to spend some points here to get the strength requirement for all weapons. The weapon strength requirement is 123, so yeah. Maybe it is not really that useful anyway. I will see, maybe I will remove these points here. But for such a build, if you play with a bow or another weapon that has very high strength requirement, you can use this Runeward Feather to reduce the strength requirement so that you can equip the weapon. We have maxed out the Runeward Explode. This deals physical and fire damage, and I have maxed out the Runeward Burn as well. This applies burn damage over time to the enemy. I have maxed out the Thunder Strike, which is of course a very powerful attack. It releases 5 projectiles of the bow attack at the unleash. And I have maxed out the Rune of Life, of course. Crucial skill for every build that uses Rune Mastery. And the Menhir Wall, which we put in front of multiple enemies and we shoot them from a safe distance behind the Menhir Wall. For the time being, this is what I'm doing with this mastery. With Dream Mastery, as we said before, we have maxed out Psionic Touch because we get those buffs to the damage. We have maxed out the Psionic Burn, which deals, it applies a little bit of more damage, and more damage to demons especially. This one is maxed out. On this build I'm going with Trash of Convalescence because I wanted to have more survivability. This build has very good resistances, but the physical resistance and armor is very low, and this is what can kill me very easily. So I wanted to have the damage absorption from this one and as much health regen as possible. Here we have the Lucid Dream. It buffs up vitality damage in a very nice way and physical damage. We have Premonition for the defensive ability, and we have Temporal Flux for total speed and everything else. We don't have any other skills. Of course, in the future I would like to use the Summon Nightmare and the Hypnotic Gaze. This one reduces the resistance of enemies. So if an enemy gets hit by this one, then you deal more damage to that enemy because I'm not even using the Trash of Wrath. So this one will be of a great help. But I will do this probably later, and maybe later I will also activate the Dream Image, which will be double power for a few seconds. Items. Glory Bringer. The main reason I'm using this one is the plus on all skills, and the other main reason is the Pierce Resistance completion bonus. Remember, I want to have plus 4 to all skills here. This legendary armor, this is very good for the resistances it provides. This is an intelligence based build, and for intelligence based, this item is not intelligence based, but is dexterity based, but still it helps very much on this build. Of course, I'm not using Hunting Mastery, so those stats are useless, but at least we get just to avoid attacks projectiles. And the Magma Strike activated on attack, more physical and fire damage on our arrow attacks. Crest of Hypnos, a best in slot for survivability for intelligence based builds. It requires 493 intelligence, many resistances. Here we have the Demon Skinwalkers, probably the best intelligence based boots in the whole game, including all DLCs, and plus on those skills and many resistances and elemental damages, which helps with the damage output. Here we have a very interesting monster infrequent item, the Ceremonial Braces, which dropped with the Alacrity suffix as far as I recall, which provides the plus 36% attack speed. And this is the main reason why I'm using this item. And also the other reason is that because it is you could say a green item, you can enchant it with components. And I wanted to get even more attack speed, and I got the Primal Magma with the completion bonus attack speed and the fire flat damage. The bow, as we saw before, the bow itself has the Veterans prefix, which provides more physical damage and increases projectile speed, and also some attack speed. And of Alacrity, which provides about 30% attack speed. So this bow is perfect, it provides so much attack speed, and because it was very crucial to increase my attack speed as much as possible, I went with the Valor of Achilles to get 53% more attack speed. And this is how we have attack speed 191%. For the jewels, we have the legendary Amulet of Thoth. This is one of the endgame dungeon set items. This is a great item. It provides the 10% physical resistance, not many resistances actually, not lots of survivability, but at least I get the plus 2 to all skills and some other stats, so this is a great item. I wanted to have plus 4 to all skills, and this item solved the issue. Of course, I could have equipped probably the Aphrodite's Favor, which provides many resistances and health points, but that one also provides plus 2 to all skills, but that one also has a very annoying mind control effect sometimes, and I didn't want to get that mind control effect. Also, this item provides 60 armor. This 60 armor works on all 4 slots, so it helps with survivability with physical damage. The resisted Kickles of Thunder. This item is awesome because it has 2 resistances instead of 1. It of Thunder provides some lightning damage. And I went with the Star of the Evening because I wanted to get elemental damages and flat elemental damage. Remember, the idea of this build is to have multiple types of damage and mostly intelligence based on the attacks with this bow, which is nothing like intelligence based. And here we have a Jewel of the Tinkerer, which again we have put on this one, Star of the Evening, again to get elemental damage flatted percentage. And also the Incarnation of Embers, which provides some bear damage over time flat and many resistances for survivability. So, these are the items. It is a very strange, I would say, bow build, not your usual bow build. Let me, this one is triggered, the Trash of Convalescence. So, resistances are very good overall, perfect fire, perfect cold, very good lighting, perfect pierce, good enough vitality resistance, good enough poison, okay, bleeding. Physical resist is 10%, it is better than nothing, but combined armor is low, of course. My health points is not the best amount. We have plenty of energy points, it is good enough. Here we have some nice secondary resistances. Casting speed, movement speed is very good. Defensive ability is not the best, but in the future I will spend more points on dexterity. And there you have it. This is the build, the bow alacrity as I call it, because I got this bow of alacrity. Now, of course, we will have in the future some changes to the skills. I will see if I can take these points back, and actually, it is 1 point only on this one, and I could put it somewhere else. Maybe on the dream image. Let's go kill something for you to see some gameplay. And if you got me to live stream this build, guys, leave a comment below, let me know. J. Deberos. Nice. Splendid, magnificent. Okay, let's open up the stars. My attack speed is 222% now, because the secret raid skill got activated, so... Easy stuff, easy. The spell broke me, but now I'm back. Of course, turtles are going to be annoying if you are playing with a bow or a spear, especially with a bow. They will deflect multiple of your attacks, and this is what makes it annoying. The very nice thing about this build is that it has a very high attack speed, and it makes the gameplay more satisfying. And also the projectile speed is very good, which gives this feeling of your arrows flying super very fast, and it is also satisfying. But this is the main problem of this build, that it doesn't have good physical resisted armor. Okay. Poseidon's Helm. Very nice drop. I don't need it, but it is a very nice drop. Legendary set. And also you could say this is a divine legendary set because it is an item of a set of a god. It is a godly set item. The Furies! Nice legendary item. Okay, you come here, you put the wall down, and nobody can really attack you until they destroy the wall at least. So, more or less, this is the gameplay of this build. You know, it is very simple. You have only two skills actually to use. The Menhir Wall, and then the Thunder Strike. Thunder Strike and Menhir Wall. This one is the one that you use all the time to deal damage to the enemy. Ah, no enemy came out of the the chest. So, guys, this is going to be it for this video. I don't know if you like this build. If you like this build or if you don't like it, leave a comment below. Let us know your opinion. And if you have any ideas for maybe if I could find some other items to replace some of these items with to get better results, let me know. And I will see you very soon again with more live streams and videos. Have a great day. Good day to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mr. Fire, and here we have finally the Jesus Christ character. This is a build which I call Jesus Christ, as you can see the name here of this build. Jesus Christ currently has finished epic difficulty. He has 0 deaths, and it is a profit class. Now, why do I call this build Jesus Christ? Some time ago, actually a long time ago, I started playing with a new character from level 1, before even Ragnarok came out. The idea with that character was to go ahead and max out this specific skill here, the Summon Wisp, and the add-on of the skill, which is the Eye of the Storm, and play with this skill as the main skill for the build. So it was going to be something like a pet build which was based on this skill here. That was a long time ago, before even Ragnarok came out. After Ragnarok came out, and of course now, after Atlantis came out, with Atlantis we got level 40 skills. We can see up here the level 40 skills. And we got this skill as well, which is a skill for this pet Summon Wisp. So, now I felt that it was the time for me to recreate that build, give it a different name, because back then the build had the name Holy Spirit. This was supposed to be the Holy Spirit, and this is how I called the build back then. But after Atlantis came out and we got these skills here, I decided to recreate the character from the start. By the start I mean Accomplished Hero level 40 instantly. And now I decided to rename the build as well to Jesus Christ from Holy Spirit. And this is why it is a thematic build. Actually it is a fun build. It is a build that is based around this skill here, this pet, which is a skill at the same time. And of course the idea is to max out all 3 skills here, the pet and the 2 add-ons of the pet. Now this skill here is awesome because it deals damage to multiple enemies. But about skills we will talk in a minute. So this is what I did. I played normal difficulty as an accomplished hero, and then I played epic. I have 0 deaths. Wait, what? 0 deaths. Total deaths 0. And this build for epic difficulty is very powerful. Now you can see here that I have 30 points available, attributes. At one point in epic difficulty, I decided to stop using my attribute points because I wanted to save the points for later. To keep the points to see if I can go through epic difficulty without spending these points, and if yes, then to keep these points, start playing legendary difficulty and see if in legendary difficulty I will need to invest these points on strength or intelligence or dexterity or maybe health. I don't think I have problems with energy, so I'm not sure where to spend these points. This is why I saved 30 points for legendary. I haven't started legendary yet. I will start very soon, and we will talk about legendary things in the future. So for now, what do we have? Let's go to the skills. We play. I have a couple of points only. I think only 1 point. I have spent 1 point on Spellbreaker and 1 on Spell Shock. I use this combination of skill, you know, it is very good to use. For example, when you fight against Typhon, the big boss and only boss, Typhon gets his thorns out. When Typhon gets his thorns out, you attack Typhon, you take back damage of your own because Typhon deals damage reflection and also some damage retaliation when he has his thorns out. So you cast this one on Typhon, you disrupt his thorns, and now he loses his thorns, and you can go and hit him ahead without being afraid that you will take back damage because you disrupt his damage retaliation and reflection. It is awesome. And you can use it the same in other enemies as well. Maybe some mage enemies, or maybe if you meet any Spellbreaker skeleton enemies that use Spellbreaker skills on you, you use this one on them before they use their Spellbreaker skill on you, and you disrupt their skills instead of them disrupting yours. We have, of course, the pet is maxed out at the 2 skills. This pet has 100% chance to avoid projectiles and to dodge attacks, which is awesome, which means it can never get hit by projectiles and attacks, but it can get hit by other AoE attacks, area of effect. So, yes, there is still a chance for your pet to get killed, this one at least. We have the Eye of the Storm, which you got to max it out because it supports the full party, it buffs the full party with more elemental damages and of course cold lightning resistances. And you got to max out this one because this one hits multiple enemies. Sometimes this guy here attacks with the Thunderclap skill multiple enemies when you have this one active. And hitting multiple enemies means that many times it destroys enemies. We are not talking, of course, about bosses, but we are talking about multiple enemies at the same time attacking you and things like that. it is very helpful to go through the game faster because you kill more enemies faster. And it is a very powerful skill, it is awesome. It is very good skill. And it is perfect, of course, for this idea of this Jesus Christ build, which in the beginning, about 2 years ago, it was called Holy Spirit build. Here we have, of course, Squall. You want to play with Squall, you use this one on enemies, especially on enemies that use ranged attacks on you, because when they get hit by this one at level 12, they lose their aim on you, they do not hit you with their projectiles, because this is what this one does. It also has a good chance to deal some lightning damage. And of course you play obscured visibility, because every time an enemy gets hit with Squall and you have this one active, you reduce the damage that the enemies deal at you for 6 seconds, and also you reduce their resistances, which is also because they receive more damage. Even though about the resistances we'll come back to this one in a minute, this reduced resistances thing. Here we have the Storm Surge. I have it only at level 4, it is still good, of course it helps, but so far so good. In epic difficulty I didn't have any problems, and this one wasn't necessary to be at maximum level, so everything is fine. In the future I will try to max it out, but I don't know if I can do it. I want to max out some other skills first before I come to this one. Here we have the Storm Nimbus. The Storm Nimbus is maxed out, and my plan is to max out the Heart of Frost and the Static Charge. Why? Because this skill works like an aura, which means you activate it once and it is always on until you get killed or until you lose all of your energy and you cannot keep it on. So, this one always, whenever you hit your enemy, you deal cold damage or lightning damage. One of these two. So, there is 50% chance to deal cold damage per hit or per attack, or 50% chance to deal lightning damage per attack. This one, it gives some very nice buffs, generic buffs, load attack retaliation and movement retaliation to enemies that hit you with melee attacks, but it also increases your cold damage and frostburn damage. This buff of cold damage and frostburn damage buffs this attack here, the skill of this one, but it also buffs all other skills and attacks of yours that deal cold damage or frostburn. Why? Because this is an aura, something like an aura skill, and this is why it affects all of your rest of skills, spells, everything. This one, we want to max out this one because of the chance of lightning retaliation, but also because it buffs our lightning damage and electrical burn damage, and it is similar to this one. It buffs all the damage of all of our skills and spells and attacks, not just of this one. So, this is a melee combat build. I always attack with my melee weapon, and this is why I got to max out this one to get the most damage output possible. Another reason why I want to get the most damage possible and I'm maxing out these things here is this skill. Lightning Dash. This skill is awesome. This skill is magnificent. This skill is splendid. This skill is outstanding. This skill is amazing. This skill is a beauty. This skill, I have no other word because English is not my native language and I don't speak English well. This skill is amazing. It gives you this movement speed buff every time you use it on enemies, and it helps you run very fast on the battlefields, on the maps, throughout the maps, and you travel very fast. It is a great skill if you want to do any farming, and many times in this game when you want to do farming, you have to run very fast through big areas, big maps, and to cover distances as fast as possible, you have to have a very good movement speed so you can run very fast. So, even if you don't have good movement speed and you have the skill, you click this skill on enemies in a distance. You are here, for example, your enemy is here, you click it there and you gain a buff of a boost of plus 444% movement speed, and you run like the Flash, something like that, super very fast. This way you can cover long distances with this skill alone. Of course, so long as there are enemies scattered around in the map, so you can click enemies on a distance and move faster. This one also deals damage, of course, but it has only 29% chance of one of three effects, different effects: 200% total damage, lightning damage, and 1 second of freeze. 29% chance means that one of these three will get triggered only when this 29% chance is active, is triggered. So, this skill is not the best for killing enemies, at least on end game. For leveling up, playing normal and epic, if you have very good gear, then you boost your attacks with skills like these ones or any other skills and items, then this skill also deals lots of damage to enemies in normal and epic difficulties. In legendary, we will see. I still haven't played legendary. This is the first time I use this skill because it is a new skill, and we will see what happens. Dream Mastery. In Dream Mastery, I'm playing with Trance of Wrath. Why? Because this one adds electrical damage, electrical burn damage over 4 seconds to enemies. They receive more damage. It is not a big amount, but anyway, it helps a tiny bit. It also disrupts enemies for 1 second, which is awesome, because when you are in front of your enemies and you disrupt their attacks, you disrupt some very powerful skills of theirs, which means they cannot use their super powerful skills many times on you, and this means that you survive even better. And now for the reduced resistances for 4 seconds. Well, let's go back to Squall. Squall with obscured visibility says 41% reduced resistance for 6 seconds. When you have enemies in front of you, for example, this one is always active and it hits enemies because it affects enemies, because it is something like an aura. You have it always active. It is always active. You click it once, it is always active. When this one affects enemies, they get 40% reduced resistances for 4 seconds. But if you cast on the same enemies this skill, then they will get 41% reduced resistance for 6 seconds from this one, and this one will stop working. These two reduced resistances effects do not stack. So you cannot deal 81% reduced resistances. The highest number only applies. And okay, this one is only 1% more. It is the difference is insignificant, you could say, but it doesn't really matter. I'm using both of the skills because sometimes you have many enemies in the battlefield. You have some enemies in front of you, they get hit by this one, and you have some projectile ranger enemies in a distance, which do not get affected by this one, and now you cast the Squall skill on those enemies far away. They get their resistances reduced along with their damage reduced, which means that yes, even if you don't hit those enemies in the distance affected by this one, because you hit enemies in front of you affected by this one, you have your pets. You have your Summon Wisp and you have your Summon Nightmare. And these pets, maybe they can hit enemies in the distance that are affected by this one, and they can kill them much faster. So, it is a good idea to have both of these skills maxed out. Of course, I have maxed out Lucid Dream because I get more damage, Premonition because of the offensive and defensive ability, and Temporal Flux because this is awesome. Total speed, says to avoid projectiles and slow resistance. It is totally awesome. I'm trying to max out the Summon Nightmare. I hope I can do it, but it requires many more skill points to be maxed out. But anyway, I will try to do it. This is one more pet, and I'm using it of course because it supports this build very nicely. How does it support the build? First of all, Hypnotic Gaze. This one also reduces resistances of enemies for 5 seconds and also causes 5 seconds of confusion, but it hits only a single target. It is a very nice skill. Of course, again, this one will not stack with this one or with Squall, but it doesn't matter because sometimes it hits enemies that are not affected by this one or this one, so it is okay. This is why I haven't maxed it out yet, but I have maxed out the Mastermind because this one buffs the performance of all of our pets, not our character, only pets, which means that now, plus 60% total damage, this works also with this one and this one. It stacks. Plus 60% total damage stacks with this elemental damage buffs for this one and the whole party, and it stacks with this one, of course, and you can see now that this pet deals even more damage, much more damage with this one active. So this one we could say is a supportive pet for this build. It is mostly a supportive pet because it helps dealing some damage. It is the numbers of damage of this pet is very small for now. If we max it out, it will get not very good amount of damage, but added to the damage of this one and my character, it will be okay. Now here we have Distortion Field. Why? Because we get damage absorption and some physical retaliation. This one helps very much with survivability, so we want to max it out. It is almost maxed out. I have to put 2 more points to max it out. And here we have the Phantom Strike. I'm using this one because I play a melee build, and this one helps significantly when we hit enemies. It destroys enemies. And of course the Don't Dream Stealer, because it gives more, it adds more targets maximum for this one to hit, and of course it adds damage and energy leech. Energy leech is very important, and of course stun. Why energy leech is very important? Because sometimes when we don't have enough energy and we got more energy because we don't go to start drinking our energy potions, then we can hit enemies that have energy bars on them with this one, and then we steal their energy and we fill up our energy bar, and it is awesome. So this is it with the skills of the build. We have the skills down here: Squall, Spellbreaker, Phantom Strike, Summon Nightmare, and of course the Wisp. And I have the other skills, the Trance of Wrath here, and Storm Nimbus here. Usually what I do with my builds is, because we have 2 quick slot bars, in my main bar I assign skills that are being used all the time. For example, Squall has a small recharge time, you use it and you use it again. And in my secondary bar I have skills that work like chorus. For example, Storm Nimbus and Trance of Wrath. You click these skills once and they are active forever until you get killed or you lose all your energy and you don't have energy to pay for these skills to be active. As you can see, they are active. I don't need to hit these skills again. And I have the pets here as well because until they get killed, we don't need to hit again on their skills. But I have them also here. Now for the items. We can see that Jesus Christ looks awesome. I like very... Actually, he reminds me of a Roman gladiator, you know, ancient Roman gladiator. It is awesome looking, but it is also very good, at least for epic difficulty. It is a powerful build. The items that I'm using and also the attributes, when it comes to the attributes, we have problems. This build is a hybrid build actually. We play a Prophet class, which is mostly a mage class or a spell class, and we have strength mostly as a main attribute. We have intelligence, we get intelligence by masteries at some items. And dexterity, I have invested many attribute points on dexterity. I have invested many attribute points on strength. On health, nothing. On energy, nothing. On intelligence, nothing. Only strength, dexterity. Why? Well, items like this one, they require a lot of strength to be able to equip. Or this one. Yeah, this one. So, I have these 2 items on my character right now. They belong to the same set. They provide us bonus lightning resistance and strength. This one is upgraded. I upgraded this item when I finished epic difficulty with Jesus, and I got upgrades of epic difficulty, epic tier upgrades, which is the 16% armor protection and about 100 defensive ability. This was the upgrades that I got. It is good, it is not bad, but maybe I would prefer some resistances because my armor is already very good. And the defensive ability was already very good before the upgrade. But anyway, it is a random upgrade, you cannot do many things. Here we have this item, of course. These items are super very good. They belong to legendary difficulty. And I have them, and they are super powerful together for this build and many builds as well. We have the discs of money. Now, the funny thing about this item is that I equipped the discs of money, I had it in my stash. Then, I went through the game, I went in Mimer's Maze, and in Mimer's Maze with this build, the first time I visited Mimer's Maze, I encountered 3, not 1, but 3 doppelgangers of Jesus Christ. 3. And one of the 3 gave me, when I killed him, gave me the discs of money. And the discs of money that he gave me provided a little bit of better resistances. The numbers we are talking about is 2 or 3% difference. But all of the resistances were better. So, I ended up equipping this item instead of that one. And that item I will give to another character of mine in the future. Here we have the Demon Shield. This shield is great. It provides +1 to all skills, life leech, retaliation, many resistances. It is awesome for this build. I will keep it for now. For legendary we will see. I will probably not replace it in legendary difficulty, but I don't know. We will see what happens. Here we have the weightless Great Helm of the Tinkerer. I'm using this one first of all because it says reduction to all requirements. This one in combination with this one allow me to have this one equipped and this one, for example, and this one probably. Yes, this is why I'm using weightless item and of the Tinkerer. As you can see, the Tinkerer allows 2 charms or relics to be attached to a Tinkerer item. In this one, I have attached an epic crystal of Fervos with vitality damage resistance at +1 to all skills, but I haven't attached the second one. Why? Because I wasn't very sure what I would like to attach on this item as a second charm or relic. And I wanted to go reach legendary difficulty, start playing legendary difficulty, see which of my resistances are the worst, and maybe apply here a second component which would give me more resistances, or apply something else. So I kept it as is because I wasn't sure what to put here. Here we have the Puppet Master's Talisman of Immortality. Bonus to all pets, which is awesome. But I'm also getting the health numbers, which is awesome. I have in my stash a Puppet Master's Talisman of the Tinkerer, which is awesome, and I plan on equipping that one. But I haven't decided yet what relics and charms to attach on that Puppet Master's Tinkerer amulet. This is why I'm not using it yet. I will go legendary difficulty and I will see what is the best thing that I can do with that item, not this one. Here we have Wraith Lord's Kyclos of the Tinkerer. Why this one? First of all, it gives it is a Wraith Lords, it gives bonus to pets, but the bonus to pets is not the best bonus for this build. The best bonus would be elemental damage. Why? First of all, this skill here, this pet, deals physical and vitality damage. With this one here, vitality damage, of course, Nightmare gets the best benefits from this item here. But this pet, Summon Wisp, will not get the best benefits. Wisp also gets vitality damage, but Wisp initially deals elemental damage, lightning damage. So, lightning damage. So, it would be much better for this build to go with a bonus to pets elemental damage instead of vitality. Because Wisp kills, it really kills enemies, many enemies with its attacks. Nightmare pet doesn't kill enemies, not many enemies with its attacks. So, it is better to go with the one pet that deals the most damage and it kills most enemies, more enemies than the other pet, which means that the best solution, the best trick would be one with bonus elemental damage to pets. So, as we can see, this build has lots of room for improvements, and the Tinkerer, I chose to go with Demon's Blood for more vitality, damage, resistance, and also star resistance, and the Dionysus Wine skin for more health, physical resistance, and bleeding resistance. What else do we have? This one, Symbol of the Polymath, the best artifact in the game. Not the best, but the most efficient, the most versatile artifact in the game, because it benefits all classes, all builds. 100% of the builds this one benefits, and I'm using it for now because it helps with many things, including the ability of equipping items based on strength. And here we have it, Fervor of Lucidius. This is the weapon I chose to go with. Because of the bonus to pets, of course. So this is a pet build mainly. We try to make our wisp pet to deal as much damage as possible. And this one with the 20% total damage helps very much. There are some other weapons, a couple of more weapons out there that provide this bonus to pets, total damage and attack damage compared to health. But this one is better for this build. Because, first of all, this one is upgraded. I had this one upgraded with another character in the past, and I kept it in the storage space of another character, and I didn't need it. I wasn't using it with that other character. It was a free item, so I took it and I put it here, and now this item is awesome. It is totally awesome, truly awesome. And it also grants the skill onslaught, which I have down here. And sometimes I hit my enemies with this one and I deal physical damage, sometimes I hit my enemies with this one and I deal total damage, lightning damage, physical damage, because this one deals physical damage, and when you use this one you also use this one at the same time. This one works with your weapons, so yeah, not shields, weapons only. So yeah, it is a great item, and the attack damage compared to health that I get from this item, 11%, and 6%, this one is awesome. Why do I get 2 times this thing? Because one comes from the upgrade that I got when I upgraded this item in the past. The setup of items is very good, but we can see that we have room for improvements. This one here, this one here, this one here, this one here possibly, and maybe I would change my shield. Another thing that I will show you in a bit, but I will go and play a little bit to show you, is this item here. Grad skill summon wisp, activated on attack. So with this one, Jesus Christ build can have 2 wisps at the same time, but to gain the second wisp you have to attack enemies, and randomly this wisp will activate, it will trigger, and after it triggers it will be with you forever until it gets killed by a big AoE attack from some very big and powerful enemies. Let's go and do it. First of all, yeah, we talked about attributes, we talked about deaths, 0. My offensive ability is very good for epic difficulty, and it is good also for legendary, not for dealing critical damage, but at least for hitting enemies, which is what we want. And resistances in epic are awesome, but in legendary we will lose many resistances and we will have some problems. We will see what we will do with items in legendary. So the final thing that I'm going to show you now is this one, the summon wisp from this item. Let's go and kill a couple of enemies. I will show you now the skill. I will use the lightning dash skill. We have some enemies here. Here, you use the skill and you run. And the great thing about the skill is that when there are very close by enemies, more enemies in the vicinity, and you have this one, you hold down this one on the initial target, and you kill the initial target by holding this one down, then you instantly can move on other enemies close by, because there is an auto attack feature in the game, which means you don't have to click again. Let's where is it? Let me see, let's go kill some other enemies. Yeah, you couldn't see that here, but we see now that we have a summon wisp level 35, and a Summon Wisp level 49. So, we know now that we have 2 Wisps. Let's use this one. You see that the Wisp is dealing damage. Actually, the Wisp is the Wisp killed these enemies. I almost dealt no damage. Let's do this again. You see that Wisp is killing our enemies in epic difficulty. Yes, these are not, of course, bosses, but does it really matter? Did you see that? This was this attack, arc discharge from the Wisp. You cast the Squall, and we see that the Wisp is dealing lots of damage to these giants. These are giants, they have lots of health, and of course it stuns the giants for not even a second, and it helps very much. So, this is a build, everybody. I have already made some live streams of this character, leveling up this character. I will do more in the near future on some live streams, of course. And we will have some more videos coming of this build in the future with a build guide update, of course, for this build when I finish Legendary. And I will let you know how this build did in Legendary, what items I used, and what was the better method to use to go as good as possible through Legendary. Thanks for watching this video. If you haven't done so, subscribe, more content is coming. If you like what you see, of course, subscribe, and I will see you super very soon with more videos, not only of Titan Quest, but other games, and of course more live streams. Have fun! Hello everybody, welcome to one more video of this epic YouTube channel that is going to die. Now, here we have it, this crazy build. This build is crazy because I say so. What did you want me to say, that it is a good build? No, it is crazy. I call this build Shop Hunter because this guy is very rich and he cannot stop going to the shops and doing shop therapy and whatnot. One day he visited the shop and this is what he bought. The Veteran's Xystone Spear of Alacrity. This is a very perfect item and I had to make a build based on this one. And as we can see, this item, when you get the Veteran's Prefix, you get physical damage, offensive ability and some attack speed. And when you get the Alacrity Suffix alone provides about 30 or 32% attack speed approximately. The attack speed of Veterans with the attack speed of Alacrity combined will give me on this spear 45% attack speed. And this is a very very big number, and this is why I wanted to make a build. And this is how this build came to be and why this build came to be. Now this build is a Slayer. Slayer is hunting at Warfare Masteries. This build is very powerful, very awesome, super satisfying to play with. And here we go! Attribute points. I spent some points on health because I wanted to increase my survivability. The build doesn't have the best resistances, as we can see. I didn't spend points to energy. I spent some points on strength, 0 points on intelligence, and most of my points to dexterity, because I'm playing with a spear. I started this character as a legendary hero. I didn't start from level 1. I don't have so much free time anymore to play from level 1. Many builds. So down here we can see that these numbers, but these numbers actually are the starting point. They get affected by attack skills and whatnot, so they go much higher up. Now for the skills, what we have is Warfare Mastery. I'm getting +4 to all skills, so this is why you see the numbers of the skills buffed. I spent only 1 point on Battle Rage. I spent only 1 point on Crushing Blow, but they are at level 5 because I get +4 to all skills. We have the dodge attacks maxed out at +4, Battle Standard maxed out at +4, and the add-on maxed out +4. Of course, the Onslaught, the whole skill tree of Onslaught is maxed out on +4. Ignore Pain, awesome. Physical Pierce Resistance. Hamstring and Adore. Maxed out at a +4 War with the add-on. Bleeding damage applies, this one. And I spent only 1 point for now on War Horn, but I have maxed out Doom Horn. I guess I can spend 1 point One more point on this one, I think. Hunting Mastery. Maxed out Study Prey with the add-on. +4. Call of the Had. Exploit weakness and finesse. Maxed out +4. This is a very crucial skill for this build. Only 36 seconds recharge. Why? Because I have maxed out my recharge reduction, and now this skill has 64 second duration and 36 second recharge. So I can constantly be under the effect of this skill, which is a very huge buff, as we can see, and it makes your build, the performance of your build much better. I have maxed out +4 the Valley, I have maxed out +4 Art of the Had, but for now we have this one only at level 5, I spent only 1 point on this one and 1 point on this one. Later maybe I will do something more with these things. I haven't maxed out the Spear Dance, but I will max it out in the future. This build is very awesome, and maybe I will play much more of this build. I have maxed out the Wood Lore because this works with a spear. This one doesn't work with a spear. This is why I'm not using it. And I haven't maxed out the Herbal Remedy because I don't need to do that. 66% poison resist, I have 47%, you know. It is on level 5 because of the +4 tool skills. I have spent only 1 point on this one. This is the build when it comes to skills. Now for items we use. The Talisman of the Jade Emperor. Why? Because of the minus 25% recharge. And also the strength buff is very good, elemental resistance is very good. The whole artifact is very good, I would say. Alexander's Cuirass, I'm using this one for the +2 to all skills mostly, but it also provides very good stats overall. Of course, the stuff with the add-on Anubis Wrath, because I wanted to get some attack damage converted to health for most of our ability, because my resistances are not the best. And also it has more damage to undead, which helps very much destroying undead much faster. I have the Tracker's Hood mostly for the recharge reduction. I wanted recharge reduction because I wanted to have this one constantly activated. Call of the Had, and of course to have the battle standard always activated whenever I want it, at least to make it active, to trigger it. Here we have the Moses Legacy Shield, which is a very nice shield. Very good shield overall, and it provides +1 those skills. And here we have the Bracers of the Red Sea. Very nice item. It provides many, way too many resistances, and also +72 strength, which is very crucial. And here we have the Agility of the Fall Fathers. One more item that requires lots of dexterity. And this one is a great item, also provides attack speed, movement speed, and 28% strength points. So I didn't spend so many points on strength, attribute points, because I'm using some dexterity based items that provide lots of strength buffs. And all the strength buffs allow me to equip this item, which requires 584 strength. Now we have the Necklace of Glauberg, very nice item, recharge reduction and +1 to skills. And we have the Apollo's Will, of course, extremely awesome item when you play with a spear. Pierce damage buff huge, resistances, health, awesome. And here we have the Adroit Loop, one more awesome item for this type of builds, because this one is all about weapon damage and also offensive ability, things like this. Very great for weapon builds that deal physical damage and stuff like that anyways. These are the items. Now let's activate the 2 skills. 1, 2. With those aura type of skills activated, we have these stats here. We have only 1% fire, 32 cold, perfect lightning, 5 pierce nothing, 14 maxed out poison, -50, 29 is very nice, and this is okay. Average damage 2356, 152 attack speed damage per second, 3571. Remember that when I use Onslaught, this one increases the physical damage significantly, up to +76%, up to plus. But it also provides this buff to attack speed, 25% movement and attack speed. It also provides the 20% physical and pierce resistances. This goes up, so things are good. Then resistance are not that good, but we can constantly have on the floor the battle standard, which provides damage absorption, 45% awesome, +1 to skills. Added physical damage to your weapon attacks and offensive ability. That's a great number. And then if you activate this one, 7000 DPS, 182, 3941, and yeah, these things remain there. These things 80% trap resistance, nothing else. Offensive ability 2145, critical damage, lots of critical damage by this build. So you can understand that this build can become extremely powerful in cases. And of course, if I use this one, which is a debuff to the enemy's physical appearance resistance, and I matter the effect of Call of the Hand and Battle Standard, and I use this one on enemies and I hit them with my spear, you can imagine what happens. An orgy, to put it lightly. So, this build is very powerful, very awesome, very satisfying to play. And now I will go kill something. What to kill, what to kill. Let's go to kill. Activate this one, activate that one, put down this one, and to do this move. They drain my energy, those suckers. Spider suckers. Yeah, that's the bad effect of the energy drain of the spiders of Eternal Embers Act. Very, very annoying. Activate this one. 9500 maximum damage output there. Something like that. $11,212 DPS, 6,251 maximum. While I'm under the effect of Battle Standard and the Call of the Hand. So we can see that this build can become extremely powerful. And I think that as a melee build, it is one of the best builds I have ever made or seen or played. I'm not saying it is the best, I'm saying it is one of the best. But as we can see, this is the gameplay. You have to remember to click the Call of the Hand to have it activated constantly and run around and kill stuff. And when things become tough, you put down the Battle Standard, you use the Steady Prey on the enemy, and you attack them, you kill them, you deal damage to them. And if you got, you can put down 2 Battle Standards. Of course, these two do not stack together, it works only once. But if I remember right, there is a Steam achievement for putting 2 Battle Standards on the ground simultaneously. Very easy. Of course, let's not forget the other synergy as well. This skill with this add-on applies bleeding damage. Bleeding damage gets buffed by dexterity, which is very high. And also, here, this one, the flash out, reduces the bleeding resistance of enemies by minus 54%, which means that this would increase the bleeding damage they would receive by this one, by a big amount. So, if you have the battle standard down and you use the study prey on your enemies and you use then the war weed, chuck, you will cause much more bleeding to them. So I would say it is quite simple and basic build. It doesn't have any crazy strange synergies between totally different types of damage, but it has synergies between item skills and attributes, and it is extremely powerful and extremely fun to play. So this is the shoplifter build. Maybe next time I should make the shoplifter build. Who knows? You never know. Guys, if you like this video, click the like button. If you don't like the video, don't click nothing. Leave a comment below. To support the channel, subscribe if you haven't done so yet. It is free to do so. Become a member if you want to really support the channel the best way possible, or become a Patreon with €1 per month only. And I will see you again with more videos and live streams. Have a great day. Hello everybody, welcome to this video. My name is Faethodas. Here we have one more build guide. This time around this build guide is for endgame, for farming bosses and whatnot in the world of the game. And it is for high level characters. I decided to go and make a build which would have, if possible, maxed out main resistances and as high as possible secondary resistances. So, as we can see here, while having all of my skills activated, my secondary resistances are almost perfect. I don't have energy resist, but it is okay. But all other resistances are above 50%, and this is not very important. The most important ones are these four. This is important actually, the disruption one. And of course this one is important, but okay, what can you do? We also have very good defensive ability, good enough offensive ability for the beginning of legendary difficulty, at least Act 1, Helos. These are the main resistances. Physical resistance is awesome, armor is awesome. The only bad thing is bleeding resistance, but the bleeding resistance is not that important anyway in the game. But also, to max out this one, right now, I could go to my vault and get the spear Blood of Uranos, equip it, and get this one maxed out. Because Blood of Uranos spear provides plus 120% bleeding resistance, something like that. But I wanted to go with this spear because the spear provides more things, but about items we will talk a bit later. First of all, attributes. I went with a Warden because Warden is probably my top favorite class in this game. I didn't spend any attributes on health. This is a legendary hero, by the way. It started at level 70 with Eternal Embers DLC. I haven't spent any points on health because this class doesn't really need it. I have spent about 6 points on energy to increase a bit my energy points, and I will spend a few more in the future on energy. I have spent 0 points on intelligence. Then I spent all of my points on strength and dexterity almost equally. Dexterity received a bit more points than strength. You should take a look at the white numbers, not the blue ones. Strength 302, dexterity 398. When you spend attribute points, to understand how many points you have spent on each one of the attributes, you take a look at the white numbers, not the blue numbers. Blue numbers is the points that you get from items and skills. And here we have the damage numbers of the build, while we have all of the important skills activated. Let's refresh this one. So now, Warden, what skills are we using? I have spent 1 point on Adrenaline, and I have maxed out the resilience to get the recharge reduction to this skill, 6 seconds. And I have also spent 1 point only on defensive reaction to get the total speed and the buffs. I have Unyielding Phalanx maxed out. This is very, very powerful, and especially it helps very much against bosses as well. I have spent only 1 point on Rally, 1 point Inspiration, and 1 point on Defiance. I spent 1 point here for the damage reflected. I don't really need elemental resistance. But for example, with this build, if I would like to go and activate also some cursed shrines to be able to get this electron currency, then this would help very much. Maxing out this one would provide more elemental resistance, which would mean that I would be able to activate, for example, the elemental curses and While I have elemental curses activated, my elemental resist would still be good. I have spent 1 point of battle awareness, 1 on the focus and 1 on Iron Will for the secondary resistances. I have maxed out the shield charge at the add-on disruption. This is a very powerful attack. We hit the enemies and we kill multiple enemies with this one, or we deal lots of damage anyway. I have maxed out the batter because this one hits, it is an attack with the shield. I have spent only 1 point on red armor though, to be able to turn this one to AoE and hit 3 targets maximum. Of course, I have maxed out armor handling for armor absorption, and the requirement for armor since is not really necessary because we already play with strength attributes, so doesn't really matter. But the armor absorption is very good for survivability against physical damage. And the pulverize skill is a very awesome shield passive attacking skill, which hits 3 targets maximum. In Hunting Mastery, we have the Study Prey, of course, to reduce physical and pierce resistance of enemies, and the add-on Flash Out to reduce defensive ability, bleeding resistance, elemental resistance. Now, defensive ability reduction 50% reduction to enemies is very important because my offensive ability initially is good enough for the whole legendary, but it is not the best if you want to deal more damage, more critical and more critical hits, all of these things. If we don't have an option through gear, for example, to increase our offensive ability even more, even higher than this one, then Study Prey reducing the defensive ability of enemies is something like us increasing our offensive ability by 54% or something like that, which means that theoretically, because it is not working like that exactly, but if I reduce the defensive ability by minus 54% to an enemy and my offensive ability is 867, maybe now my offensive ability for that enemy under that effect would actually not be 867, it would be something like 1200, something like that. But you get the point. The point is that it helps very much to increase our offensive effects. Call of the Hand, Exploit Weakness, Finesse. When we activate this one, we get instantly the offensive ability from this one, so everything, all problems with offensive ability are over. And especially, if we combine this one activated on our character, because this affects your character, and then you have this one on your enemy, then you understand that you deal lots of critical damage and you destroy your enemy this way. I have maxed out the takedown. I use this one mostly as a movement speed skill. It deals damage, but I use it to move faster mostly. I have maxed out the gauge. This one is okay. I had points to spend and I spent them here for the bleeding damage. This bleeding damage gets buffed by items and of course dexterity, so it is not just 563, it is higher. The volley skill is very important if you play with a bow, thrown weapons or a spear. I'm playing with a spear, so I have it at, on one attack, one click, you can attack 3 times with the spear. One click is one attack usually, but when you have this one activated and this triggers, one attack is 3 hits. One attack, one attack, one attack, 3 hits with the volley. I have maxed out the Art of the Hand for obvious reasons, and I have spent only 1 point to this one just to avoid projectiles and 1 point to this one trailblazing. I can max out some of these skills later if I would, but for now the build is at a very good state. Spear dance, of course, attack with the spear is maxed out. It is a very good AoE attack. Here we have maxed out good lore because we need these stats when we play with a spear. And here Herbal Remedy is very important for survivability and health regeneration. These are the skills that come from masteries. This is an endgame build. It is made for endgame players who would like to farm bosses and whatnot in endgame. And this is why it has, I tried to get so good resistances to have a great survivability and also good amount of damage for endgame. Most of the items, all items are actually endgame items. So we have the Envy of Set Divine Artifact, which belongs to Eternal Embers DLC. It provides the skill Up Decade, which is up here. This skill provides a reduction to enemies' health. It is something like an aura that you have always activated on your character. Slower movement speed to enemies and minus physical resistance to enemies, which means that your enemies will receive higher numbers of physical damage from your attacks or damage numbers that you see here. It will be higher numbers of damage, it will not be just these numbers here. We have the Mastery Frequent from Ragnarok Act, Harness of Valhalla. I'm using this one for the resistances, and I have the Stew of Edilmir completed relic equipped for the strength, energy regen, Energy regen is very important for this build. Here we have the Reforged Helm of Order for the stats, all stats, and it provides the battle command, which is a passive skill, which is this one up here. 20% total speed, it is very crucial. Here we have the Celtic Hounds, which is an awesome item. It is perfect for this build actually, super perfect. For the stats, the health points, the attack speed, the +2 to skills and defense mastery, the bonus to pets which we don't use, any pets we don't care about. Here we have the Baskins of Valhalla, one more mastery frequent item, very good one with strength points, health regen and armor and whatnot. I went with lightning resistant, vitality damage resist relic because I wanted to have even more resistances and max them out. Now for the jewels we have Reforged Amulet of Thought, +2 to all skills, and many other stats here, resistances and whatnot, and also 60 armor. The 60 armor of this amulet is applied at its full amount to each one of the 4 armor items. These 4 slots are armor slots, and this 60 armor applies plus 60 armor to this one, plus 60 armor to this one, 60 to this one, 60 to this one. So it is a very powerful amulet. And it makes this build even more powerful when it comes to physical damage mitigation. Then I have the Reforged Epip's Bane, one more set item of the same set. Again, I'm using it for resistances and whatnot. Also, we can see that this one, and this one, they belong to the same set, and we get the bonuses. Physical percentage, pierce, bleeding, resistance, low resistance, strength and dexterity percentages. This set actually is one of the high-end legendary sets that you can get only inside the legendary dungeons of epic and legendary endgame dungeons. If you want to know more about the dungeons, so you can watch the video. I have made a video guide about the 3 dungeons. And then we have the Resisted Seal of Harmony. This item is very awesome because it has these 2 affixes, Resisted and of Harmony, which both provide resistances. And also just to dodge attacks, and then I went with the Demon's Blood to get vitality resistance and max it out. Aeonius Shield. One of the very best shields in the game for resistance or survivability. Great item, super great item. Thankfully nowadays you can get it to drop. It is not as rare as it was before. And last but not least, the Telamon's Boar Skewer. I'm not going to replace this one because this one provides +2 to all skills in Hunting Mastery, and I need it because I want to have +4 to all skills in Hunting Mastery. But it also provides +40% attack speed, the offensive ability buff, the physical damage buff, the pierce damage chance. I mean, all of the stats of this item are perfect for this build. And the base damage of this item is good enough. Of course, it is not the most powerful spear of the whole game, but for this build it is a perfect fit. And I'm using this one. But as I said before in the beginning, if I wanted to have this one maxed out, then I could replace this spear with the Blood of Uranus, which provides about 120% bleeding resistance. And this one would have been maxed out with that one. But I chose to go with the +2 to all skills and all other stats of this one. This is the build. Now I will show you some gameplay. I'm not going to farm any bosses because I haven't played with this build in legendary difficulty yet. It is a new build. I will kill some enemies so that you can see some gameplay. Let's go kill some undead. This one is dead. That undead is dead as well. We can see how easy it is to kill also undead. Easy peasy. The build is that simple. Of course, we have only the basic attack, we don't have any skills here. We could use this one, skill, the takedown on this one, but I wanted to have it here because I wanted to control when I want to use this one. Of course, there is no way enemies can defeat me here. Bone pile. Okay, so we can see it is very easy and very fast. And of course, if you are one of those players who enjoy very much the sound of the hit of the shield on enemies, then this build would be perfect for you. Let's activate a little bit the Call of the HUD. This build is very good for farming because there is one more reason. We have these two skills, Shield Charge and Takedown, and these skills are movement skills, mobility skills. Every time you use them, your character runs pretty fast towards the enemy. And if we want, we can use, of course, the flag, the flag, sorry, the phalanx. Reset player button to go back. Many undead enemies to defeat. Okay, let them hit me a little bit and see what will happen. So, they have a very hard time killing me. Five, and use the phalanx here to destroy the undead enemy. Nice item. So guys, more or less this is the gameplay of this build. It is quite simple and super duper effective. This is a bit which I plan on finishing the whole legendary difficulty with, and then taking in the endgame dungeons, secret passages, and farming bosses and whatnot. This is the idea behind making this specific character. So guys, if you like what you see, subscribe. We have lots of content coming up of Titan Quest and some other games as well. And I will see you very soon with more videos and live streams. Have a great one, and remember to subscribe and hit the like button. Have a great one. Hello everybody, Firethodas here. How are you doing? Let me know in the comments below. Subscribe for more content of this game and whatnot. Here we have a new build, idea, guide, video, whatever, call it however you want. This is a brigade, which is of course hunting and rogue masteries. And it is called the Emperor. Why? Because this one is based on the Emperor of the Emperor suffix, which comes with Eternal Emperor's DLC. So for example, this boots is the resisted boots of the Emperor. The Emperor suffix always provides on items energy leech over time and the plus 30% damage to deities. So this is a very interesting suffix. And I decided to do an experimental build and stack on some, of the Emperor on multiple items. And we have this build here which uses all these green items that you see. They have of the Emperor suffix. But before we go to the items, let's go to the attribute points. First of all, I have spent some points on health. You can see the base health is 500 instead of 300. On energy I haven't spent any points. On strength I have spent some points, very few points. On intelligence nothing, and on dexterity I have spent many points. Of course this is a build which uses a spear, and the dexterity is the main attribute we would say. But also strength is very useful as well. This is what I did with... this is a legendary hero by the way. It is at from level 1, this is legendary, level 70. The stats here are these ones, recharge reduction 40, defensive ability is very good, offensive is very good. At least for the beginning of legendary. And we have what we have. In Rogue Mastery we have maxed out the calculated strike which we use down here. You know, this has 3 charge levels, and on the 4th one it releases the Kraken, which destroys enemies. And we have this add-on, the Lucky Hit. Then we have the Lethal Strike, very powerful attack, we have it down here. And this is maxed out with the Mortal Wound add-on. Then we have maxed out Blade Honic to get even more pierce ratio and piercing damage to our spear attacks. Then we have maxed out the disarm traps for more damage and less damage to constructs and devices. We have maxed out the envenom weapon to get some poison damage, the add-on Nightshade, the add-on Toxin Distillation, and the add-on Mandrake. This is it. This is Rogue Mastery for now at least. In Hunting Mastery we have maxed out the Study Prey, and the add-on Flash Out is not maxed out, but I will max it out later probably, because I didn't have enough points to max it out, but at least the Study Prey is maxed out. We have 1 point only on takedown because I'm using this one for movement speed, and 1 point on this add-on just to apply a little bit of bleeding damage, whatever. But we have maxed out at least the natural cap of the Valley, which allows you to hit, sometimes you click one attack instead of clicking with only a single time, it hits 3 times with the spear or the bow, or throwing weapons to the enemy. So when this triggers it deals triple damage, you could say, in a way. Here we have maxed out the Art of the Hand. Very nice skill, it provides pierce damage, bleeding damage, and more damage to beastmen beasts, and energy reserved is this one down here that you lose some energy. Only 1 point to chance of avoiding projectiles, and maxed out trail blazing for the movement speed. We have the Spear Dash is very good as a skill, of course, it is at level 6, I will max it out later. And of course we have maxed out the Good Lore. This is mandatory if you play with a spear such a build. And Herbal Remedy, which is super good for survivability. This is the build when it comes to masteries. Now for items. First of all I'm using the Elemental Rage artifact because of the attack damage converted to health, elemental resistance, and the completion bonus was life leech over time. It is very useful, especially when you use the Spear Den skill, which is this one. This one hits multiple enemies, and it applies the life leech on multiple enemies at the same time, and this helps very much with survivability because you are leeching life from multiple enemies at the same time. And it also has the Elemental Chaos skill, which deals lots of damage to multiple enemies. It is an area of effect skill. This artifact is very useful to this build. Here we have the worm skin harness, legendary armor. This is perfect for a brigade, a spear, mastery, whatever. It also provides some buffs to elemental damage. Here we have the tracker's hood, a perfect item for such a build. Pierce damage buff, recharge reduction, awesome. Not very good when it comes to resistances, but still very good enough. And here we have now the impenetrable bracers of the Emperor. Resistance, energy leech, damage to deities. And the plating terracotta, which comes from Eternal Ember's Act, with more resistances and bleeding resistance chance of the charm bonus. These boots, as we saw before, I decided to go with a Yeti Fure to get more cold resistance. This is why we have 67% cold resistance. The amulet is the resistant of the Emperor, more fire resistance, energy leech, damage to deities, and vitality resistance with the demon's blood. We have the ring resisted seal of the Emperor, lighting resistance, again the Emperor, and the vitality resistance to get the vitality resist up to 70% in legendary difficulty. We have the Apollo's wheel ring. The Apollo's wheel is a very powerful one because of the resistances and the pierce damage that it provides, the buff. It is very helpful to this build because this build uses pierce damage as well with the spear. So here we have the Priam's Gate Shield, one of the best shields in the game for survivability, many resistances. And last but not least, we have the Colossal of the Emperor. This one provides bonus damage, the Colossal, which bonus damage is okay, good. It is added damage. This bonus damage doesn't get boosted by attributes and whatnot. It is better than nothing. And we get also the Emperor, the damage to deities and whatever. And I decided to go with a Valor of Achilles, which provides more attack speed. And with these things we have 135% attack speed. We have 5 items that provide the Emperor suffix, which means 5 items times 30, it is 150% damage to deities. And 5 times of almost 200 energy leech over 3 seconds, it is about 1000. But we remove 3 points from this one, we remove 24 points from this one, we remove 9 points from this one, we remove 9 points from this one, and we remove how many? 18 points from this one. So overall we get about 900 energy leech over 3 seconds, which is a very big amount. Of course, many bosses will have high resistances or even some bosses immunities to energy leech, but at least we can use it on so many other enemies, hero enemies, enemies that have, you know, energy bars and whatnot. So it is still useful, it is not bad. And this is the idea of this build, to have to use the Emperor suffix as much as possible. Of course, the ideal thing would be have the possibility for the Emperor suffix to appear through the Forge of Ragnarok, which, as far as I remember, is not possible on legendary items. Which means that if this was possible, then we could potentially upgrade legendary items and get the Emperor suffix on legendary items and have even more of this suffix. But anyway, 5 items is good enough. And this is the idea for this build. So the resistances are perfect. Let me activate these skills first. With all these skills activated, this down here, 4. We have the average damage 3600, DPS almost 5000, perfect, very good, perfect, just okay, almost perfect, perfect, very bad, nothing. A combined armor is okay, but not really that much for legendary. These are the stats up here, and we have these stats up here, 57% block chance. So this is the build. Now I will kill a couple of enemies for you to see how this build plays. It will be good to find some... This is how you apply the life leech of this artifact. Not only the life leech, but also the poison damage over time from the envenom weapon. That goes the elemental chaos from the artifact again. pick up the potion.
I know it's dank. I would go after
Talk to the necklace guy. Okay, you didn't see, I guess, how fast his energy bar was depleting, but next enemy with energy bar I will show you. I will not kill that enemy very fast. This one doesn't have an energy bar. So, this energy leech stat is not to be confused with the energy drain. You could get energy drain on some items, and also on a parenthesis of energy drain it says some of the energy drained deals damage to the enemy. But energy leech is only leeching energy from the enemy and giving it back to you. It is not dealing any damage. It is two different mechanics that work on energy bars of enemies in a different way. Now, it would be very nice if I could have also some energy leech
necklace.
on this build, but I don't really have, so... Okay, maybe I shouldn't have killed him this way, because you couldn't see the energy leech effect. Lethal strike and one attack. Okay, some energy bar. Chuck, did you see that? How fast it went out. And actually this is the only, you know, energy leech source that you have on this build. Which is good enough, of course. But you need to have multiple enemies with energy bars to leech from. So let's go now to the undead enemies. Let's take a look at how this build deals. Against the undead. Because we cannot life leech the undead. And we can apply poison damage and deal poison damage to undead, but not very much. Not to all undead. Now it is going down, down, down. Oh. Okay. An epic item. So, this build can get killed. It is not like it is a super duper powerful build when it comes to survivability. You know, usually the emperors are the worst warriors because they sit on a throne all the time, all day long, every day. And they give orders to people, but they are useless themselves to go and fight. So, it only makes sense that this build will be strong as an Emperor, but it will not be that strong. So, For the theme of the build, I think this is perfect. Undead. They are dead. Are we at Sparta yet? Is this Sparta? We are looking for Sparta. Έλα και φάτα. Yeah, we are in Sparta now. So, this is the build. Very simple build. If you play Eternal Embers, it is easy to make this build because it is not like this Emperor suffix is very rare to get on items. You can get it on many items. And these items are not the rarest items in the game. So here we have the Emperor build. Cha! Cha! 17,000 lethal strike damage. So this is it, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll be back with more videos, live streams and whatnot. Remember to subscribe if you like this content. Follow on Twitch if you got subscribed on Twitch to support my work with content creation. Or join the YouTube channel with the low tier, which is €2 per month, and you will not see any ads and whatnot if you do that. And you will also support myself to continue making content for as long as possible. I will see you very soon again. Have a great day. Hello everybody, my name is Phaethodas. Welcome to this video. This is a build update video, we could say, about this character here. This is the Harbinger character, and I called this one this way because this one was going to be using the complete set of the Harbinger. And as we can see, I have it on, all 5 items of the set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this video is all about showing you how I finished epic difficulty, because I have completed epic difficulty at this point. And I also have this upgrade here to do, one free upgrade because of the side quest, which allows you to upgrade one item per difficulty level per character. But we will see about the upgrade in a minute. Now, I wanted to let you know how this build does, how it performs in epic difficulty at least, because this set is a very nice set, but the stats overall of the set are for epic difficulty, they are not for legendary. Not really. Of course, if I replace other items, the items of the other slots, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slots, and replace them with much better items that provide more resistances and more damage output, then yeah, this character can go in legendary. But again, it will not be that good because you know, you will have 5 items that are not that good for legendary. Anyway, I don't have any plans to take this build in legendary unless I decide to try on a live stream, play a little bit the first act legendary and see how this build performs there, at least in the first act. So, if you would like this thing to happen on a live stream, let me know in the comments below. Throughout the whole first of all, this character started as an accomplished hero. Not from level 1, but from level 40. I have finished the whole epic difficulty, including Atlantis, and here we have only 1 death, total deaths. I don't remember exactly what killed me. Maybe it was damage reflection, I don't remember. And we can see the stats here, the resistances of the build at this point are perfect, 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 almost perfect. Good one for epic difficulty, okay for epic difficulty. Okay, this would help if I had some here, but I don't have any. And combined armor is not the best, but it is good enough. I also have lots of health points. For epic difficulty, for this build, 7000 is perfect health points. And energy points is awesome. And when it comes down to defensive ability, it is perfect for epic difficulty. Offensive ability is perfect for epic difficulty. This is almost perfect even for legendary difficulty. In case you want your melee attacks to hit all enemies in legendary, not to be dealing lots of critical hits. Because if you want to deal even more critical hits, then you need to increase your offensive ability more than 800 in legendary. But if you want to be able to hit all your enemies in legendary, 800 is enough. So, this is the average numbers of damage at the DPS. It is not much, but it doesn't matter very much, I guess. Now for the skills, this is the setup. I have 2 points to spend. Nature Mastery. 6 points here. Only 1 point here because I wanted to max out this one and this one. This doesn't really matter, it is kind of useless. And here we have this one maxed out. These things are maxed out. This one is maxed out, of course. This is maxed out. And I wanted to reach level 8 here because it reduces the charge levels. And every second hit, I will play in a bit, some gameplay I will show you so that you can see exactly how it works. Every second hit, I release this total damage and vitality, and it is awesome. And we have maxed out these things as well. Now, these unused 2 points I would spend here, most probably, to increase the effect of this one even more. So, these are the skills. Now for the items I'm using Conqueror's Mark, of course I use this one. These are the items of the set, of course. The only upgraded item I have here is this one. The upgrade provides a reduction to all requirements and the energy points. Yeah, from the 175 energy, about 65 to 70 is from the suffix. The suffix, I mean from the upgrade, the suffix. As far as I remember, this one was upgraded in normal difficulty. And of course this one. Now, we see that we keep losing energy constantly because we have Ring of Flame active. But it doesn't really matter, it is okay. This is not a problem actually. The other items we use are the Mark of Aris. This is very good. The Adroit Loop. Very awesome. The Scale of the Black Dragon, which provides the Ring of Flame. And the Transcendent Necklace of Power, which provides resistances and of course more resistances with the legendary Demon's Blood. This is how we get all of these good resistances. Awesome. I mean, with this one here, from a 29% vitality, you max it out. And you max out other ones as well. So, this is the build, guys. Now, I'm thinking to upgrade one item here.
You really managed to find some.
But I don't really know which one to upgrade, and I don't think I will play more with this build. And I'm thinking to save this upgrade for other builds of mine that play also in Legendary, endgame builds. It is an epic, not Legendary upgrade, but still, even in epic upgrades you can get some very good stats and use the stats in endgame builds, if you are lucky of course enough, because this is a randomly rolled mechanic. So, for now I will save this upgrade and maybe use it on another item for endgame. I will go now, kill a couple of enemies here and maybe the boss here, so that you can see a little bit of gameplay. First let me buy a couple of health potions. Yeah, okay.
A human down here. You won't see me digging a hole.
You will see now I will start attacking my enemies with this attack, and you will see that in the first attack I don't deal lots of damage, but the second attack applies this total damage and vitality. 1 nothing, 2 destroy. 1 nothing, 2 destroy. 1 nothing, 2 destroy. We can see how much damage we deal. But if we go good, we can use, of course... Ah! An epic item, nice, already. You use this one, you use these ones. Master Forge. Nice. Okay, let's go kill the boss there. So, you use one hit, nothing. You use the second hit, more damage. Let's use all of these skills. Yeah, the boss was very easy, it was nothing actually. I didn't get any drops, anyway. It doesn't matter, I'm not here to farm the game, I'm just showing you some gameplay. Again, a trap to one. You use the Phantom Strike, you destroy them. You use this one, the Plague. And then you use Phantom Strike and you destroy them all. Nothing again, okay. This one was not trapped finally. The good thing about this skill is that it reduces defensive ability for 3 seconds of enemies. So, this means that now, for example, I have only 773 offensive ability. If I reduce by 50% the defensive ability of enemies, this means that it is actually something like doubling my offensive ability against them. Because offensive ability works with defensive ability of enemies and vice versa. It is a comparison between how much offensive ability you have and how much defensive ability enemies have, or how much defensive ability you have and how much offensive ability enemies have. And this comparison calculates if you will get hit by enemy attacks or if they will get hit by you, and if you will apply critical hits and if they will apply critical hits to you. This is how offensive and defensive work. And they work only with melee attacks, nothing else. Offensive ability and defensive ability work only with melee attacks. No thrown weapons, no spells, no nothing else. So, this is, guys, the build. The build is a classic melee build, which gets buffed by this awesome skill, for example. Trance of Wrath, which reduces resistance of enemies and electrical burn damage a little bit. The skill Disruption is awesome. And of course this one can stack on enemies with this one, because this one is an absolute reduction to resistances. This is a multiplicative reduction to resistances. So they stack together. Of course, this one also provides a reduction to resistances. I don't have this one active, but this reduction to resistances is multiplicative. So, if I had this one active, for example, and I had this one active as well on enemies, they wouldn't stack on enemies both of these. Only the one with the number, the highest numbers of reduction to resistances would apply to enemies. So, if I had this one active and this one had 6% reduced resistances, and this one had 36, and both hit a single enemy, then only this one would work, not this one. So yeah, it is not a good idea to activate this one just to get this one. At least for epic difficulty, because sometimes, you know, in legendary, if you have this one maxed out and you have this one maxed out, maybe your nightmare will go ahead and it will hit with this one enemies in a distance outside of the radius of effect of this one, and in that case both can work at the same time. And for example, yeah, but now you will think, okay, if you are here, for example, you have some enemies nearby and you have enemies back there, Of course, enemies back there in that distance wouldn't get affected by this one. How would you hit these enemies? Well, you wouldn't hit these enemies with your melee attacks because your melee attacks are melee attacks, but at least you have this one. Earthbite, and this one has a very long radius of effect, as we can see. And if you had some enemies here affected by this one, and you have the enemies nearby getting affected by this one, then if you hit with this attack, they will receive even more damage from this one. So it still helps, but in epic difficulty it is not really necessary. And I wanted to, you know, max out other skills, so I didn't use this one. So guys, this is the build update video. Let me know in the comments below if you want me on a live stream to play the beginning of Legendary Act 1 at least once to see how it goes with this build. Let me know and I will do it if you want me to do that. This is it for the video. I don't know, I think this build is good, but we will see. I don't know. I wish we had more upgrades, the ability to do more upgrades per character per difficulty level, because in that case I would upgrade all 5 items of the set. And maybe if we upgrade all 5 items and we get very good upgrades in each one of the slots, and we replace the items of the other slots with much more powerful items, maybe this build with this set can become viable for endgame Legendary. But who knows. Anyway guys, thanks for watching this video. Subscribe if you haven't done so yet. We have a ton of content coming of Titan Quest in the upcoming months, weeks, years, decades, thousands of years. And I will see you very soon again. Have a good one. Hello everybody, my name is Phythodas and here is the new build, a very nice build, a build for all of you to enjoy and feast your eyes on if you are hungry with for new good builds. Here we have it. So this is a build where I'm using all 8 curses. It is for farming currency, this one here. And I tried on this build, if possible, to max out all of my resistances while having all these curses activated. And this is what I have now. This is of course with all of my skills here activated. Let's activate this one. We have perfect fire resistance, 63% cold, 69 lightning, perfect pierce, 63 vitality, 37 poison, 56 and minus 28, but the combined armor is very high already. So yeah, I was trying to get these resistances as close to maximum as possible. I will show you the items later, and to do so I decided to go with a Dragon Hunter and with a thrown weapon. Here with attribute points, I have spent points only on strength. Most points went on strength because I had to equip some items like this one which requires 655, I have 680. And the rest of my points went to dexterity because I also needed for a couple of items dexterity and also to increase offensive ability. Offensive ability is useless when you use a thrown weapon. Offensive ability helps the player only when you play with a melee weapon. And these are my secondary resistances. Of course, maxing out both primary and secondary resistances is very hard to do so. And actually to have a build that actually deals some damage and kills enemies in Legendary. Here we have it. It is a Dragon Hunter. We have Hunting and Rune Mastery. In Hunting Mastery we have maxed out the skill Study Prey and Flash Out add-on because they reduce resistance of enemies and you deal more damage to them. We have maxed out the Maxima Sip and we use Maxima Sip with the 2 add-ons. This is very powerful, very good. We play a thrown weapon build as Feral. The Valley, which is also maxed out. We have the Art of the Hunt maxed out, only 1 point spent on fight cover and 1 point spent on trailblazing. And we have maxed out the Wood Lore and the Herbal Remedy. These are the skills, at least for now, in this mastery. In Rune Mastery, we have 1 point spent on Sacred Rage and 1 of Frightening Power. Later I will probably spend more points on these two. We have this one maxed out, Runeward Explode. This is a very awesome skill. It maxed out also the burn, which releases fragments and applies burn damage on enemies that it hits. We have the absorb, to absorb some energy and to have energy release retaliation when we use our shield. Maxed out Thunder Strike and the add-on Unleash. Very nice one. This one more chances for confusing enemies when you max it out and more electrical burn damage. Of course we have maxed out Rune of Life, it is absolutely mandatory for this build specifically, especially. We have Menhir Goal at level 10 of 10, which is maxed out but not naturally maxed out, because we are using items that provide +1 to skills or something like that. And I have spent only a couple of points of Guardian Stones. I would probably max out this one later as well. This is very powerful when you take it up to maximum levels. Now for the items. We have the Glory Bringer, Greater Artifact, yes in Legendary. This one, if I take it off, I lose access to this one. It also provides some resistances at +1 to skills and health points. So, overall for this specific build, this is a great item, even for end game. We have the Plate of Tutatis, many resistances and armor protection. This is very good. Of course, the total speed debuff is very bad. But we get the 27% defensive ability buff, which is very helpful. This is how we have 959 defensive ability, which is very good. The Devourer's Threads. This is an Eternal Embers item. It provides resistances. I'm using it for the resistances, especially the bleeding and elemental resistance is 57% elemental. Amazing. At health points and life leech resistance and whatnot. At very high base armor, this item is awesome, but it requires 650 strength. Here we have the Hagen and Manin. This one is very good for resistances, armor, and also some buffs to damage, speed, bleeding, attack speed. And also the Study Praise skill, but we use the other skill of the mastery that we have, but sometimes it triggers and it helps as well. Here we have the Transcendent Helmet of Regeneration from Ragnarok Act. Very awesome item. Unfortunately, I didn't have a legendary Crystal of Erebos with the completed bonus to be resistances, and I'm using this one. If I had that one, maybe my elemental and vitality resistances now would have been maxed out at 80%, maybe. But anyway, it is what it is. This is what I had, this is what I'm using. Now, here we have the Dune Raider knives. I'm using this thrown weapon because I wanted to put some bleeding resistance on, and this Tatois whatever gluttony relic on this weapon provides bleeding resistance, but it also provides bleeding damage over time and attack speed, which is very crucial. Because I don't have a high average damage with this setup, but if I get more attack speed, then I'm increasing my DPS and I'm getting more effectiveness out of my attacks this way. Overall, this item is very good on its own, powerful enough, and now it becomes even better with this add-on and with the marksmanship skill, this one of Haddock Mastery. Maxed out especially. We have the Shield Eonios, legendary shield. Many resistances and armor protection and defensive ability, awesome item, a high requirement to strength, but good things have requirements. Now for the jewels we have Myrmidon's Pendant, many resistances and also buffs to health, physical damage and to avoid projectiles. The work with skill is useless because it doesn't work with thrown weapons. Here we have the Sage's Seal of Harmony from Eternal Embers Act. This of Harmony suffix provides the many resistances that we see. Sage's provides the 228 energy. And I went with the Demon's Blood because I wanted to get Vitality, Stun and Elemental resistances. Now this happened because my skill, this one, wore off. This is the nice thing. When you click it, Zack, you dress up. Now everything is fine. The Harmony, and here we have Resisted Seal of Harmony. So we get 2 times fire resistance because one comes from the resisted prefix and the other fire resistance comes from the of Harmony suffix. And again I went with Demon's Blood where I got even more vitality damage resistance. So again, if I had the legendary Crystal of Erebos on this one, my vitality resistance would have been maxed out at 80% and these two would probably have been maxed out. Because if you put, or yeah, 69 plus 10, if I remember correctly they go up to 20%. the bonus. So it would be 79, this would have been 73, this would have been 80, 80, 80, yeah. Anyway, what can you do? This is the build, the setup. We have the skills down here, we have average damage DPS, attack speed is very good. Minus 50, perfect, minus 50, minus 50, minus 50, minus 50, minus 31, 50. Movement speed, we don't have any buffs here. Defensive ability is okay, chance to avoid attacks, okay, block chance is very good. And here we don't have anything special, 170% priest damage buff. So this is the build. I have one more all curses build to show you in the near future. Let's go kill something so that you can see how this enemy deals damage. How this build deals damage to enemies, I wanted to say. Okay, I'm out of energy potions. I will need to buy potions to be able to do some. Let's go buy potions. These enemies will have to wait for their demise to come. It will come, but in a minute.
Going out there, don't go unprepared. It's not safe. Buy what you need. Goodbye.
Okay. Easy.
Traveler, please.
It also depends on the enemy how fast it will get killed by this build.
Now I can make the journey.
Also, I don't have any legendary items of the legendary items I'm using right now. I don't have any upgraded. Imagine if I upgrade the legendaries, all these items here, and if I get good resistance stats on these items via the upgrades. And what if that way I max out some of these resistances? Oops.
I know it's dangerous. I know.
Okay, you pick up the necklace, you open up the chest, you pick up nothing because there is bullcrap there. You pick up the gold. So more or less this is the gameplay of this build. Of course I haven't played through bosses and the campaign yet with this one. But it is very interesting to take this build throughout the whole game and see how it performs. And of course it is not the most powerful build, nor is it the best build when it comes to surviving. But it is very good at surviving because of the resistances. But remember, the point of this build was to try even to max out primary resistances while having all 8 curses activated. And if you don't have the entire arsenal of items at your disposal to be able to select the right items to make the perfect, if you could say this way, build for this specific purpose, then it is very hard to reach the maximum resistances. Boom, boom, boom. It is a fun build to play though, overall 26,000 already. Now remember, if this build to some people would seem maybe weak to damage output, what would happen if you took this build in epic difficulty and you decided to use it in epic difficulty only for farming, currency? Of course, epic difficulty doesn't provide as much currency per kill as legendary, but if you can have a build that never dies in epic and it is very fast, it kills enemies very fast, because this one will be destroying enemies in epic difficulty, bosses and everything. Epic will be easy to this build. And also, if we don't have the minus 60% penalty of legendary difficulty, then we get everything maxed out here. Everything. Maybe except for this one, but this one is not really that necessary. But yeah, we don't get a penalty to this one. Anyway, you get the point. So soon I will show you my other all cursed build. This is the all cursed 2. It is called 2 because I have another one before this one which I made. I don't know if you like the build. Leave a comment below, guys. Let me know your opinions, ideas, whatever you have to say. Also remember to subscribe if you haven't done so yet for more content of Titan Quest. And I'll see you soon again with more content. Have a great day. Hello everybody, this is Mr. Fi, and here we have it. This is a new build. This is a build that you have never seen before. Something like that. Take a look at this one. Oops, can I hit the bird? Nope, I cannot. Yeah, so this is the branch build, guys. The branch. It is a diviner class and it plays with the trolls branch. The trolls branch. This is why I call this build the branch. The trolls branch is a special, we could say, item because it is a monster infrequent that drops only from troll enemies. And this stuff is a staff, as other stuffs that usually deal elemental damage or vitality, but this one deals only piercing and bleeding. Piercing, bleeding. And this is why I decided to go with the diviner class. Okay, you may think now, wait. Piercing and bleeding is something that rogue mastery and hunting mastery do best, especially when combined, right? Well, yes and no. Yes, they do it better, they do it the best when it comes to specific play styles, specific weapon types of melee attacks, or maybe a little bit of ranged attacks. But this specific build is totally different. It is based on a staff, and this is why I decided to go with the Diviner, because Tatan, I wanted to use the Psionic Beam. Works only with staves, which is not true actually. Anyway, let's not go into that. So, we wanted to have this one with this build, and this is why you can see that we can attack like this. Also, we have a very low range of attack, which is awesome. With both attacks, Psionic Beam, this one, and also the turn on attack. And this is the build you have never seen before. And so, let's go to the skills and you will see why this build. I have maxed out all of these skills in the Spirit Mastery. First of all, I